Great job, Dorothy. Thank you. Good morning again, and welcome to the 2023 Nebraska State Fair Beef Showmanship Contest. We have a big day today with over 367 youth who have entered beef showmanship this year. Our first round of the contest is our intermediate showman. We have 207 youth in these classes. Intermediates in 4-H are 4-H members who are 9 through 13 years of age as of January 1st, 2023. Everybody's just a little bit excited this morning. We do have 12 classes of intermediate beef showmanship, and we will be breaking into 4 classes of prelims. So following every 4th class, we will have a preliminary drive before we get to our final class of intermediate beef showmanship. Following our intermediates today, we will have our senior beef showmanship and then be moving into our breeding contest. And it looks like we have everyone getting set in the ring. As you're watching today's contest, just want to let you know that showmanship judging is based on the preparation of the animals for the show, their training, and the appearance and behavior of the showman. This is the contest where we get to evaluate the exhibitors and really appreciate all the hard work they put in all year long with their animals. Primarily in showmanship, it is the skill of the showman in presenting the animal before the judge and the individual excellence of the animal. Beef showmanship includes market, breeding, and feeder calf animals because, again, we are looking at the hard work of the exhibitor with the exhibit they've brought to fair today. And for parents or exhibitors in the arena, our breeding beef programs have been posted. Again, the breeding beef programs have been posted and changes can be made until 8:30 this morning at the livestock office. Breeding beef programs are up and you can make changes until 8:30 at the livestock office. That gives you 15 minutes. Our breeding beef program today will be broken into semifinal rounds after every 4 classes. So classes 1 through 4 will exhibit, and then we will have our first semifinal round, classes 5 through 8, and then we'll have our second semifinal round, and then class 9 through 12. And we'll have our third semifinal round before we lead to our finals today. So again, we will have semifinals after every 4 classes today.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here at the Nebraska State Fair and getting to start off with one of my favorite things to judge is showmanship. And showmanship is one of my favorites, and you'll hear me say it a couple times today because it's not a reflection of, who's got the best cattle or who's got the most money. It's who puts in the work at home, puts in the time with their animals, and come out here and get to exhibit that kind of connection with that animal, but also knowing what's going on, having ring awareness, being nice and calm and collected. My daughter Paisley is going to help me a little bit here in the intermediate side, and we just appreciate the effort going forth so far. Those three over there, guys, we have 12 heats in the intermediate. We're going to keep a few, 2 or 3 out of each heat. We'll have a preliminary after each 4 heats and cut that down so at the end we don't have 30 kids out here in the ring. So that's kind of the plan for intermediates today. I'm not going to talk on the mic about each kid. We visited each kid. Those 3 over on the rail will get to come back. But as all these kids exit the ring, let's give them a big round of applause for their efforts today.
And we will get back to our results from our first class of intermediate beef showmanship. Currently, we have class 2 entering the ring. And again, we have a busy day today. 207 intermediate youth have signed up for showmanship. This is class 2 of 12. We have 17 exhibitors in the class. And again, we will be breaking after class 4 for our first set of prelims. And results from our intermediate beef showmanship class 1 receiving blue ribbons today. Ashlyn Wendell from Gosper County. Atlee Clute from Hamilton County. Jackson Drews, Sonder County. Riker Triska from Butler County. Bailey Prince from Colfax County. Sydney Jenkins from Kearney County, Luke Powell from Merritt County, Bo Thompson from Dakota County, Jaden Neighbor from Seward County, Andrew Poles from Adams County, and Kaylee Killoff from Phelps County. Your purple ribbon winners and returning to the finals today: Lauren Johnson from Lancaster County, Rihanna Bacon from Burt County, and Briggs Krause from Nance County. It's been an early morning for our intermediate beef showmanship contestants today. Again, we do have 12 classes of intermediate beef showmanship with 207 youth ages 9 through 13 4-H age, or as of January 1st, 2023, competing. We will be breaking following Class 4 to have our first semifinal round. We will break again after Class 8 and then once more after Class 12, and then bring all of our semifinal winners back into the ring for our overall selection of your intermediate beef showman.
Once again, here in Heat 2, a great set of kids, and we worked through them and visited just about kind of the ones that stuck out and hit us, but also how they did throughout the particular heat. And I think there's a lot of good kids out here. Sometimes their cattle aren't helping them out any, and that makes it tough. Sometimes it's stick with them. We can overcome that. Sometimes it just is a detriment, and it's part of showmanship. And unfortunately, when they get to be 1,000 pounds or better, or even 500 pounds, if those cattle don't want to do something, it's kind of hard to convince them to do what you want them to do. But that is part of the program. This is a team sport here, so it takes both of them to make it through some tough competition. So let's give these kids a big round of applause as they exit the ring. Great effort out here, guys.
And results of intermediate beef showmanship Class 2 receiving blue ribbons today. From Adams County, Paisley Detweiler. From Merritt County, Caden Tyen. Keegan Holen from Pierce County. Bristol McConville from Dawson County. Brantley Went from Colfax County. Addison Horn from Kearney County. Keaton Bowman from Greeley County. Clayton Perry from Butler County. And Cason Drews representing Saunders County. Receiving purples in Class 2 and returning to compete in our first semifinal round following Class 4. Landon Linneman from the Franklin County 4-H program. Kyler Plugi from Lancaster County. And L. Peyton Scott from Sheridan County.
Again, I think one of the more competitive heats we've had to this point, and we were just discussing it. It gets down to just little things at this point. Once you get past maybe a couple that really stuck out to us throughout the class, and kids, I would tell you, it's so important to make sure as soon as you hit that ring, you start showing, and you don't quit till you exit the ring, because those are the kind of things that can make a difference in a really, really competitive setting. So again, great effort this morning. Let's give them a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
And receiving blue ribbons today in Class 3 Intermediate Beef Showmanship, Annalyn Beach from Otoe County, Blake Mueller, Lancaster County, from Platte County, Alvia Grotlushin, from Dixon County, Blake Hansen, Brennan Mickey from Hamilton County, Grant Greenquist from Adams County, Tyron Ray, Merritt County, Bowden Bush from Franklin County, Ainsley Waltman from Box Butte County, Addie Ryan from Greeley County, Molly Lambert from Cass County, and from Kimball Banner County, Britton Kluick. Receiving purple ribbons today and returning for the final round, Georgia Johnson from Burt County, Baker Bimmer from Wayne County, and Vienna Sells from Saunders County. And currently in the ring, we do have Intermediate Beef Showmanship Class 4. Following Class 4, we will have our first of 3 semifinal heats, where we will select exhibitors who will move on to the final round of our Intermediate Beef Showmanship competition. So again, this is Class 4 of 12 today. Following this class, we'll go into our semifinal Heat 1. And today's show is being live streamed. If you'd like to check out the live stream feed, go to showbarnflix.com, showbarnflix.com, and you can check out the live stream of today's show and all of our State Fair livestock events right here at the Nebraska State Fair.
Okay, guys, well, they kind of took off before I was ready, but let's give them another big round of applause as they exit the ring, please. Great effort out here, guys.
And I will be bringing Class 4 Intermediate Beef Showmanship results momentarily, but we are lining up behind the scenes for our first of 3 semifinal rounds today. And again, we do have 12 classes of intermediate showmanship today, and we will be breaking after every 4th class to run a semifinal round. So this will be the first of our 3 semifinal rounds today before we select our overall intermediate beef showman. And in Class 4, receiving purple ribbons today and lining up for our first semifinal round, Madison Linneman from Franklin County, from Hall County, Riley Codner, and from from Ella Miller from Cass County. Further results of Class 4, receiving blue ribbons today from Scottsbluff County, Maddie Brown, Austin Avery from Knox County, Carson McGill, Burt County, Lydia Friesen from Hayes County, Canyon Plugi from Lancaster County, Alex Utah from Dixon County, from Otoe County, Carson Brooks, and from Wayne County, Ty Sievers. And currently lined up in our ring, this is our first semifinal round. These are our purple ribbon winners representing classes 1 through 4 today. From class 1, Rihanna Bacon from Burt County. Class 2, still in class 1, Briggs Krause from Nance County. Lauren Johnson from Lancaster County. Representing class 2, Landon Linneman, Franklin County. Kyler Plugi from Lancaster County. And L. Peyton Scott from Sheridan County. From class 3, Baker Bemmer from Wayne County, Georgia Johnson, Burt County, and Vienna Sells from Saunders County. And from class 4, Riley Codner from Hall County, Madison Linneman from Franklin County, and Ella Miller from Cass County.
Test 1 2. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning. Hi. If you guys are just joining us now, this is Tim Burke. I'm helping everybody with Show Barn Flicks this morning. And what you're watching right now on the beef side is the first class of the first semifinals of the intermediate showmanship. You did not miss junior showmanship because of the age break in Nebraska needing to be 10 years old to show here at the state fair. They just show intermediate and senior. There are 12 classes of intermediate showmen, and this is the first semifinals. They brought 3 back from every class for the first 4 classes of the day. Our judge today is Mr. Blake Nelson from Platte City, Missouri. He's the executive vice president of the American Mainland Jew Association. I'll get a full bio from him, but Blake is judged from coast to coast and just every national show in the world, and we are very fortunate to have him here today. He is now placing the first cut in the semifinals.
And again, these are our purple ribbon winners from classes 1 through 4 today. And this is the intermediate beef showmanship competition. And showmanship is based on the work the exhibitor puts in with the animal. So not only the appearance of the animal, but the collectiveness of the handler and what they're doing around the ring, how conscious they are of everything that's going on around them, and how they can best display the animal they brought in today. All Nebraska 4-H livestock shows are blow and go, which means the animals may be clipped, blown, or brushed, or combed to enhance their appearance, but they don't have any adhesives, glues, paints, or powder products. Because we are a blow and go show. So the exhibitors have done an excellent job preparing their animals today to meet the requirements of our blow and go rules.
So I realize we're just out here in this first prelim, and I promise, it could be a long day, but I'm going to take more time sorting these kids. I'll be a little quicker when we're sorting cattle, but I'm not going to rush them and rush this decision because I think the competition is extremely good, and I know we still got a bunch of intermediates yet to go. These 4 kids on my left that are still in line will come back for the finals, but tremendous effort, tremendous competition. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, please.
I will have a full set of results momentarily, but the 4 individuals on this side of the barn, closer to the announcer stand, will be returning for our overall final to select your intermediate beef showman for the 2023 Nebraska State Fair. We do congratulate all of our purple ribbon winners today. These are large classes, and these youth have done an amazing job in preparation, not only of the animals, but of themselves. We know it's been a long morning already, and they've done a great job. And from our first semifinal round, the contestants that will be returning to the final drive: Vienna Sells, Sonder County; from Franklin County, Landon Linneman; from Sheridan County, L. Peyton Scott; and from Hall County, Riley Codner. Congratulations. Also wanting to recognize all of our purple ribbons today from classes 1 through 4. Kyler Plugi from Lancaster County; Georgia Johnson, Burt County; Baker Bemmer from Wayne County; Rihanna Bacon, Burt County; Madison Linneman, Franklin County; from Lancaster County, Lauren M. Johnson; from Cass County, Ella Miller; and from Nance County, Briggs Krause. Entering the ring now, we do have our intermediate beef showmanship class 5, another large class today, 17 exhibitors in class 5. We will select our top showmen from classes 5, 6, 7, and 8 before our next semifinal round. Again, we will have another semifinal round following class 8 today.
again advancing from the finals to the finals from the first division to Showmanship. And out of the semis was Riley Codner, L. Peyton Scott, Landon Linneman, and Vienna Sells. They'll come back at the end of the day. We're now judging the fifth class of the day, which will be the first class of Division II. We'll have 4 more classes of intermediate showmen. In this class, we have Maisie Aarons, Elia Beach, Harper Dinslagi, Kenley Drucke, Kenley Fatig, Ella Graff, Aubrey Grodelusion, Taylor Hansen, Regan Hovey, Carly Calderman, Carson Miller, Madison Malady, Renee Reimers, Newton Schmidt, McKinley Stoller, Ellie Top, and Kellen Werner. And this is Class 5 of Intermediate Beef Showmanship.
I think, again, we get out here and in our second session in the intermediates, another really tough lineup, and it becomes just one of those things. We get out here and the cattle hit, obviously, a cooler day, a little cooler in here. They get to feeling good and don't always cooperate, and that does come into play in this. But a nice job of these kids. If you would, let's give them a big round of applause, please.
Coming back from the first class of Division 5 for semifinals would be Exhibitor 753, Kenley Fatig from Lincoln County, and Exhibitor 1293, Carly Coulterman from Seward County.
Results from our fifth class of intermediate beef showmen. Receiving blue ribbons today, Taylor Hansen from Dixon County. From Hayes County, McKinley Stoller. Callan Warner from Furnace County. Aubrey Grolushin from Platte County. Carson Miller from Burt County. Renee Reimers, Merritt County. Newt Smith from BKR County. Ella Graffs, Stanton County. Kinley DeRuki from Antelope County. Maisie Aarons from Cass County. And Madison Milady from Knox County. Purple ribbon winners today. Aaliyah Beach from Otoe County. Kinley Fatig from Lincoln County. And Carly Coulterman from Seward County. We now have our sixth class of intermediate beef showmanship in the ring. Again, another large class today. This is class 6 out of 12, so we are at the halfway point today with our intermediate beef showman classes. We will run through class 8 and then bring our purple ribbons from classes 5 through 8 back for our second semifinal round.
Well, as we get in here again in this division of intermediate, it's really tough group. This is one of the more competitive classes we've had to this day. Those 4 on the rail will come back. Again, tremendous effort. Let's give these kids a big round of applause as they exit the ring, please.
Advancing from Class 6, we have Hadley Dunklau, Graydon Forbes, Luke Katz, and Claire Ram. That'll be out of Class 6. Now coming into the ring should be Class 7 intermediate showman.
And our blue ribbon winners today from Class 6 Intermediate Beef Showmanship, representing Cass County, Stella Ahrens. Becca Sheets from Lincoln County. Keaton Van Winkle from Merritt County. Alexis Saylor from Hall County. Justice Curry from Pawnee County. Javen Erickson from Antelope County. Brooke Hansen from Dixon County. Kyla Troyer, Seward County. And from Knox County, Haley Eisenhower. And from Class 6, your purple ribbon winners, and returning for your semifinal round, from Buffalo County, Graydon Forbes, Claire Ram from the Stewart FFA chapter, Luke Katz from Gage County, and Hadley Dunklau from Wayne County. Currently in the ring, we have our 7th class of intermediate beef showmanship today. Again, this is Class 7 of 12. We will run Class 7 and Class 8 and then bring our purple ribbon winners back from Classes 5 through 8 for our second semifinal round today. And again, we have a large class of intermediates today. 207 youth are enrolled to show an intermediate beef showmanship today. Everyone who enters beef at the Nebraska State Fair on the 4-H side is automatically entered in showmanship. Whether they choose to compete or not is their choice after they arrive. But we do try to encourage everyone to try beef showmanship, and we're impressed with all the exhibitors who are so well ready this morning and have their animals fit and ready to go. We know it takes a lot of work to get to this point, and everyone has done an excellent job.
Well, again, a really competitive heat here, and I love the effort in these kids, and they keep hustling as they're out here on the strap. Let's give them a big round of applause as they exit the ring in this particular heat. Great job, guys.
And results from Class 7 receiving blue ribbons today. From Hall County, Brianna Powell. From Burt County, Trey Logan. Mostyn Meyer from Howard County. Adeline Cisco from Pawnee County. Claire Sievers from Wayne County. Austin Jokum from Hall County. Trapper Wilcox from Antelope County. Grant Miller from Cass County. And representing Knox County, Kennedy Milady. Purple ribbon winners from Class 7 and returning for our second semifinal drive. Brooke Bosshammer from Buffalo County. Naya Ruda from Dodge County. Oakley Jelinek from Polk County. And Josie Wilson from Lincoln County. Intermediate Beef Showmanship Class 8 is now entering the ring. Class 8 is now entering the ring. We will pause for our second semifinal round following this class. So we will bring our purple ribbon winners back from classes 5, 6, 7, and 8 following Class 8 for our second semifinal drive.
Okay, in the ring now is Class 8 Intermediate Showmanship. They will be calling four back. They'll bring out back after this four. This will be the fourth class in the second division. So they'll come out here and then they'll have a semifinals. Again, the judge for today is Blake Nelson from Platte City, Missouri. Coming out of the last class is Exhibitor 1633 would be Brooke Bosshammer, Oakley Jelinek, Naya Ruda, and Josie Wilson.
again, as we get in the final heat of this particular division, a really good competition, these kids, and I think staying focused out here in the ring is extremely important, and a lot going on. There's a sheep show beside us, and I get that, but getting that animal presented is your first job, then presenting yourself, and really good group here. I love their effort. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
And coming back out of the fourth class and second division will be Natalia Schultz, Tinley Luby, and Wyatt Dunklau. We're now getting ready to bring back in the second division callbacks for the semifinals.
Now we'll have Class 8 results momentarily. Behind the scenes, we are lining up for our second semifinal round. Our second semifinal round featuring our purple ribbon winners from classes 5 through 8. Again, the finalists in the semifinals will move on to compete for your overall intermediate beef showman.
So coming back for Division 2 will be Kenley Fatig, Carly Coulterman out of the first class, and Hadley Dunkow, Graydon Forbes, Luke Katz, and Claire Ram out of the second class. Class 3 coming back will be Brooke Bosshammer, Oakley Jelinek, Naya Ruda, Josie Wilson. And again, out of the last class, we'll have Wyatt Dunklau, Tinley Luby, and Natalia Schultz. This will be a good class if anybody's watching. This is a lot of the really good showmen from the state of Nebraska. All kind of, you'll see some excellent showmen here in the intermediate division. This is kind of the heart of the herd. There's a lot of people in here that do a lot of winning. Again, judging is Mr. Blake Nelson from Platte City, Missouri. He is the Executive Vice President of the American Maine and Jew Association.
And receiving purple ribbons today in Class 8 and returning to the ring as we speak for our final drive from Seward County, Tinley Luby, from Wayne County, Wyatt Dunklau, and from Hall County, Natalia Schultz. Blue ribbons from Class 8 belong to Ella Platt from Cass County, Leah Hartman, Dodge County, Jack Mallender from Nance County, Lander Forbes, Buffalo County, from Knox County, Hadley Dorr. From Lincoln County, Riley Kerner. Josie Hinnerberg from Jefferson County. Briley Kraus from Pawnee County. From Antelope County, Gentry Zwingman. And from Thayer County, Ellie Henricks. And the exhibitors are all lined up in our second semifinal round today. Again, this is our second of 3 semifinal rounds. This semifinal round represents our purple ribbon winners from classes 5 through 8. From class 5, Aliyah Beach from Otoe County, Kinley Fattig, Lincoln County, and Carly Coulterman from Seward County. From class 6, Hadley Dunklow from Wayne County, Graydon Forbes from Buffalo County, Luke Katz from Gage County, and Claire Ram from Holt County. Class 7 purples, Brooke Bosshammer from Buffalo County, Oakley Jelinek from Polk County, Naya Ruda, Dodge County, and Josie Wilson from Lincoln County. And from class 8, Wyatt Dunklow from Wayne County, Tinley Luby from Seward County, and from Hall County, Natalia Schultz. The finalists from this semifinal round will come and join the finalists from the first and third rounds to select our overall intermediate beef showman following our third semifinal drive after class 12. As the judge is reviewing our second semifinal class, we would like to introduce our judge today. Judging our beef show today is Blake Nelson from Platte City, Missouri. Blake is the Executive Vice President of the American Maine-Anjou Association. He grew up on a small eastern Oklahoma commercial cow-calf operation, and as a junior exhibitor, he showed Brangus and Chai cattle. He started his collegiate experience at Connors State College and finished at Oklahoma State University, where he was a member of the championship livestock judging teams and worked with both schools' cattle operations. After graduation, he had the opportunity to go back to Connors in 2000 and be an instructor and livestock judging coach. From 2005 through 2015, he was the Connors State College Director of Farm Operations and Livestock Coordinator, a position which involved overseeing the bull test station, a 250-head cow herd, the beef show team, and working with the nationally competitive livestock judging team. Blake has production experience working with many breeds. Personally, Mr. Nelson feels privileged to judge many shows per year. Some shows that he has judged include the American Royal, the North American, the National Western, the Texas Majors, as well as the Junior Nationals for most major breeds. Personally, Blake and his wife Ruth have been blessed with 2 children, Paisley, 16, and Brigham, 12. His kids are very active in 4-H and showing cattle in Missouri. Blake, thank you for coming to Nebraska and evaluating our showmanship classes today. We look forward to the rest of the day as we look through our intermediate seniors and then into our breeding classes this afternoon.
Again, we get to this second semifinal and are taking a little more time. And I would just tell you it's that competitive. We want to see how they go through the motions, how they handle their cattle, and face some adversity out here out here just in terms of the ring and, where they get set up each time. Sometimes being at the front of the line's tough. The back of the line can be tough, and even on this corner, and seeing how those kids react and how they handle their cattle. These 5 over here on my left are going to come back for the finals. Phenomenal effort, great set of kids. It really comes down to little things, you guys on the rail. I love your effort. Again, some of it's personal preference. I'll try to visit with you as you go out. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
And again, we'd like to recognize all of our purple ribbon winners from classes 5 through 8. Purple ribbon winners in the ring today. From Wayne County, Wyatt Dunklow. Lincoln County, Kinley Fadig. From Otoe County, Elia Beach. Naya Ruda from Dodge County. Tinley Luby, Seward County. Brooke Bosshammer from Buffalo County. Oakley Jelinek from Polk County. Josie Wilson from Lincoln County. And from Buffalo County, Graydon Forbes. Returning for our final round today, from Holt County, Claire Ram. From Wayne County, Hadley Dunklow. Carly Coulterman from Seward County. Luke Katz from Gage County. And Natalia Schultz from Hall County. Entering into the bottom third of our classes today in our intermediate beef showmanship competition, we do have Class 9 entering the ring. 17 competitors entering the ring for Class 9. We will bring back the purple ribbon winners from Classes 9, 10, 11, and 12 for our third round of semifinals before we bring all of our finalists back to select your overall intermediate beef showmanship champion.
Again, a very competitive group here, and it looked like maybe a group of younger ones, but the young man on the rail will be coming back. Let's give them a big round of applause for their efforts out here today.
And receiving blue ribbons today in Class 9 from Pawnee County, Aubrey Cisco. From Nance County, Laura Sonderup. Kyler Jones from Buffalo County. Jet Fogarty from Thurston County. Adeline Sunderstorm from Lincoln County. Jack Koenig, Jefferson County. From Saline County, Chloe Rains. From Hall County, Isabella Detweiler. From Antelope County, John Zwingman. And from Cass County, Landon Schroll. Receiving purple ribbons today and returning to the semifinal round, from Seward County, Michael Coulterman. Representing Dodge County, Waylon Ruda. And from Wayne County, L.J. Wells. Walking into the class right now is our Class 10 Intermediate Beef Showmanship class. Again, we do have 12 classes today, and we will break for our third semifinal round following Class 12. Intermediate Beef Showmanship is our youngest age division at the Nebraska State Fair. We do have 207 youth enrolled, and these 4-Hers are 9 to 13 years old, 4-H age, as of January 1st, 2023.
Again, a very competitive heat out here. A great group of kids. Just had a quick visit with them. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their effort out here today as they exit the ring. Good job, guys.
And again, if you're just joining us, we are just wrapping up Class 10 of 12 in our Intermediate Beef Showmanship Contest. These are our youngest showmen at the Nebraska State Fair with many years of showing ahead of them, hopefully all at the State Fair. Everybody's feeling just a little excited today. The temperatures are a little bit cooler and the calves are ready to move. Our young people are working hard to keep up with everything. Receiving blue ribbons today in Class 10 from Lincoln County, Piper Kerner. From Nance County, Austria Adams. Carissa Schweitzer from Seward County. Cruz Jones from Buffalo County. Elijah Mettenbrink from Hall County. Paisley Homestead from Perkins County. Tucker Barta from Saunders County. Paisley White from Douglas Sarpy County. From Wheeler County, Jackson Wright. Dirks Caspers from Johnson County. Calix Brune, Antelope County. Grayson Howell-Peter Swan from Cherry County. Dayton Dorn from Gage County. And Jace Fogarty from Thurston County. Receiving purple ribbons in Class 10 and returning to our third semifinal drive. Keisha Alber from the Blue Hill FFA chapter. Addison Dalrymple from Custer County. And Ivy Johnson from the Burt County 4-H program. And as Class 11 is being evaluated in the ring, we'd like to take a few minutes to recognize everybody behind the scenes. Obviously, we thank all of the parents, families, and supporters for bringing all of your youth to the State Fair. We know this is a big commitment, and we appreciate all of your time and effort in working with the young people of Nebraska. Thank you to all the parents, families, friends, and all of the supporters that we have around the state for our youth in Nebraska 4-H. We'd also like to thank Amy Top. She is our show coordinator today. She is the engagement zone coordinator for UNL Extension. Our beef show superintendents, Ashley Bennis. She's a statewide 4-H youth development coordinator at the state 4-H office. Steve Pritchard, 4-H extension educator from Boone and Nance counties. And Caitlin Kennedy, who's a 4-H extension educator from Richardson and Nemaha counties. Out working hard in ring check-in today, Jamie Ankrum. She's an Nebraska Extension Assistant in Richardson County. And Kimberly Cook, who's a Nebraska Extension Educator in Dundee, Hayes, and Hitchcock counties. Our blow and go checker today, again, all of our showmanship classes and all of our 4-H classes are blow and go at the 4-H side of the Nebraska State Fair. Emily Soul, the Extension Educator from Merrick and Hamilton counties. Working the gate today, Aaron Schultz, a Saunders County volunteer. And making sure we have all of our results and that the youth have all of their ribbons today, Michaela Martinson, a senior student at UNL, currently student teaching in Alliance, and Sydney Williams, who's an extension assistant in Thurston County. All of our ring help, organizing, and keeping everybody on the move is the UNL Livestock Judging Team, coached by Blaine French. And computer entry today, Jessie Mullendor. She's our evaluation coordinator from the Nebraska State 4-H office. A beef show is kind of like an iceberg. You just see the tip when it's in the ring, and it all looks very calm. But we appreciate everyone behind the scenes managing the chaos and making sure everyone is to the ring on time and ready to participate and compete at the highest level. And currently entering the ring, this is Intermediate Beef Showmanship Class 12. Again, this is Class 12 of 12 classes today. Following this class, we will have our third semifinal drive. And the finalists from the semifinal round will move on to select our overall intermediate beef showman for the Nebraska State Fair. Results from Class 11 receiving blue ribbons today. From Saunders County, Ashlyn Brabeck. York County, Emery Bowman. Josie Johnson from Lancaster County. Aslan Jensen from Hamilton County. Kinsley White from Douglas Sarpy County. From Antelope County, Jory DeRucki. From Madison County, Carson Anderson. Brody Haying from Gosper County. Clayton Craddock from Seward County. Ansley Bacon from Burt County. Kuiper Vaughn from Phelps County. And from Webster County, Jackson McNeil. Receiving purple ribbons today and returning to the third semifinal heat, Gracie Clausen from Burt County, Kinsley Bremer from Nance County, and Emerson Peterson from Washington County.
Again, we get out here in our last heat of this particular age division, and then we'll have a semi in the overall, but really tough group as well. Competition has not dropped off. I love the effort. We're getting a little more midday here, and these kids and cattle are still giving it their all. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
And again, behind the scenes, we are lining up our third semifinal heat of the day. Our finalists from our semifinal heats 1 through 3 will return to the ring to compete for your overall intermediate beef showman champion. And I believe we place out 3 placings in the beef showmanship contest. Would like to commend our judge for speaking to all of the members as they exit the ring. It is always really important to coach, especially our younger members as they're starting their showmanship careers at the state fair. And Blake and his daughter are doing an excellent job visiting with everyone, giving them tips and letting them know things they could do to strengthen their showmanship skills before they come into the ring for next year. I think that's always really important, and we appreciate all the time they're spending with our exhibitors today. And from Class 12, receiving purple ribbons and returning to the final drive, from Burt County, Jackson Logan, from Colfax County, Jace Prince, and from Butler County, Blakely Smith. Receiving blue ribbons today in Class 12, from Seward County, Ryland Stutzman, Henry Velasic from Washington County, Adlai Hawk from Gosper County, Violet Nuss from Douglas Sarpy County, Carly Mallender from Nance County, Gage Walgamuth from Phelps County, Brinley Alber from Webster County, from York County, Rowan Bowman, from Saunders County, Jacoby Caven, from Hamilton County, Braxton May, from Madison County, Connor Anderson, Julia Wolf from Lancaster County, and from Box Butte County, Dallas Waltman.
Okay, now we're back to coming in for the third division. Coming back for the third semifinal heat will be Chloe Rains, LJ Wells, Cash Alber, Addison Dalrymple, Ivy Johnson, Kinsley Bremer, Casey Clausen, Emerson Peterson, Jackson Logan, Jace Prince, Blakely Smith, and I know we got one more. Again, we got Blake Nelson from the American Manian Jew Association serving as our judge today.
Returning to the ring now, our third semifinal heat of the day. Again, we've had 12 intermediate beef showmanship classes, and this is our semifinal round 3 featuring our first purples from classes 9 through 12. In the ring currently, representing class 9, Michael Kolderman from Seward County, from Dodge County, Waylon Ruda, and LJ Wells from Wayne County. From Class 10, Keisha Alber from Webster County, From Custer County, Addison Dalrymple and Ivy Johnson from Burke County. From Class 11, Kinsley Bremer from Nance County, Gracie Clausen from Burke County, and Emerson Peterson from Washington County. And from Class 12, from Burke County, Jackson Logan, Jace Prince from Colfax County, and Blakely Smith from Butler County.
Again, if you've just joined us here lately, logged on, this is the third division, which would be the semifinals of intermediate showmanship. There have been 12 classes of outstanding intermediate showmen. I mean, these kids have been rocking it. If you notice out here, I mean, they have not been, they're not fit with glue and all that. Everybody's just kind of got, that's a Nebraska State Fair special. We have to go no fit out here, unfortunately. However, tonight, do remember that tonight, following the conclusion of the breeding heifer show, they are having a fitting contest. I believe we got 14 teams entered for the fitting contest. It's countywide. It's within the county or the surrounding or the counties that are adjacent to any county. They put teams together, and I think it'll be a pretty good deal. I mean, we're doing everything we can to encourage fitting back here in Nebraska. I think everybody knows that. We've seen a lot of changes and a lot of good and a lot of bad both ways. I think it's outstanding to look at how good these cattle are presented. Some of these kids have really worked. I mean, they've got the hair on them, and you can tell they're not fit, but you got to look twice because there's some kids that have really worked hard and really busted their guts to get them here. So anyway, this is the senior, or the intermediate Division 3.
Well, we get in this last preliminary before our finals, and obviously really tough, and there's still quite a few kids left here on the line, and I think I'm just going to bring them back here for the finals. So this group in front of you will all come back. Those guys on the rail did a great job. It became little things sorting out, and probably some of the kids that had exited the ring, I like a really relaxed showman, someone that gets their calf shown first and gets it presented. Then after that, they present themselves with some ring presence, also some ring awareness of where you're at, and being nice and relaxed in transition and real nice and slow with the stick there. That's just kind of the traits I'm looking for. Again, a great set of kids. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
And again, we would like to congratulate all of our purple ribbon winners today in our intermediate beef showmanship competition. They've done an excellent job all the way around. We will be announcing our results of who is showing in the finals here in just a moment. Behind the scenes, they are lining up for our intermediate showmanship final drive. So that would be our final semifinal winners from our first and second heat of the semifinals, and the third heat that was just selected will be returning to select our overall intermediate top showman. And returning for our final drive from our third heat, Michael Coulterman from Seward County, Gracie Clausen from Burt County, Kinsley Bremer from Nance County, from Wayne County, L.J. Wells, from the Blue Hill FFA chapter, and definitely a 4-H club somewhere, Keisha Alber, and Addison Dalrymple from Custer County. And recognizing all of our purple ribbon winners in the ring today. Receiving purples but not returning for our final drive, Blakely Smith, Butler County, Jace Prince, Colfax County, from Dodge County, Waylon Ruda, Emerson Peterson from Washington County, Ivy Johnson from Burt County, and Jackson Logan, also from Burt County. And again, they are lining up our finalists today for our finals in the Intermediate Beef Showmanship competition. The sponsors for the Intermediate and the Senior Beef Showmanship Awards are UBT and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. Medals will be given for each of the top 3 showmen in the Intermediate and Senior division. Don Peterson Auctioneers also sponsors a first place plaque to the Intermediate and Senior Showmanship winners. So again, we will be bringing in our finalists from our first 3 heats today, or from all of our heats today. We've had 3 heats, 12 classes broken into 3 heats, and now we will be bringing in the finalists to select our overall beef showmanship intermediate winners. Medals will be given to our top 3 winners, and your overall beef showmanship intermediate winner will receive a plaque donated by Don Peterson Auctioneers.
Okay, coming in the ring now. We can get this in before our announcer does. We have the finals for intermediate showmanship, which intermediate and junior are together here because of the age break. There wouldn't really be a junior division.
This is the final drive for the intermediate beef showmanship competition. And returning to the ring, we have Riley Codner from Hall County, L. Peyton Scott from Sheridan County, from Franklin County, Landon Linneman, Vienna Sells from Saunders County, Claire Ram from Holt County, representing Wayne County, Hadley Dunklow, Carly Coulterman from Seward County, Luke Katz from Gage County, Natalia Schultz from Hall County, Michael Coulterman from Seward County, L.J. Wells from Wayne County, from Custer County, Addison Dalrymple, from Blue Hill, Keisha Alber, and from Burt County, Gracie Clausen, and from Nance County, Kinsley Bremer. Again, we will be recognizing our top 3 intermediate beef showmen. Your overall top showman receives a plaque donated by Don Peterson Auctioneers. The top 3 showmen will receive medals donated by UBT and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. Following the selection, they would like pictures of the top 3 showmen with their show sticks only at the backdrop to the west end of the arena.
Okay, so again, we got Mr. Blake Nelson going through question and everything. This is the finals for our intermediate showmanship. We've got some pretty good shootout out here, I'd say. For those of you at home, if you're watching and you know anything, the names in here, most of them are pretty synonymous with showing good cattle and competing around the state. There's most any of these I know. I know I'd be more than happy to hand them one of my cattle and send them in the ring. Again, there's out of the 3 divisions in intermediate, we've got Kylie Codner, L. Peyton Scott, Landon Linneman, Vienna Sells. Out of the 2nd division, Natalia Schultz, Claire Ram, Hadley Dunkow, Carly Colderman, Luke Hatz. Out of Division 3, we've got Kensley Brimmer, Keisha Albers, Michael Colderman, Addison Dalrymple, and Gracie Clausen.
But guys, we've waded through an extremely competitive intermediate showmanship, and as I stated early today, you know, when it comes to showmanship, you're like, man, it's going to be a long day, and it may be yet, but I'm going to take more time sorting kids than I do the cattle. I'm just going to give them every chance to do their very best. And, you know, showmanship is one of those things where it becomes personal preference at times, but the fundamentals are the same, shouldn't be, no matter what the judge is. You should have your animal set up first. That's your first priority. After that, it's, you know, engaging the judge and your own presence and what you have out in the ring. You know, I didn't talk to them until we got here in finals. For me, showmanship's not a quiz bowl. I ask them simple questions like maybe what breed or birth date or weight, and then I ask them what they change about their animal, because I think that is crucial that you know maybe what you could change about your animal, because sometimes you can show some of those deficiencies out, so that's something you should know. That's just the way I like to go about showmanship. I'm all about the presentation because that's what it should be. I think this is an extremely good group, and Paisley and I got out here and visited. We were this one individual that's going to win today, didn't matter if it was their class, their semifinal out here, just did a phenomenal job. They know what's going on, do a great job. So if you want to know what a showman looks like, the style I like, you'll know after I select this person. Before I go do that, a tremendous effort in these kids. Let's give them a big round of applause, please, and we'll show you the champions.
Congratulations to Luke Katz from Hall County. He is your first place intermediate showman.
So far, the grand champion goes to Luke Katz. Grand Island, Hall County Reserve is Vienna Sells from Saunders County. Both of them just did a knockout, outstanding job. Currently looking for third overall.
And congratulations to exhibitor number 1281, Viviana Sells from Saunders County. She is your second place intermediate beef showman today. And rounding out our top three, exhibitor number 1183, Riley Codner from Hall County. Congratulations to all three of our top beef showmen today. Again, in third place, Riley Codner from Hall County, Viviana Sells in second place from Saunders County, and your first place intermediate beef showman for the Nebraska State Fair 2023 goes to Luke Katz from Gage County. All of our top three will receive medals donated by UBT and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. And our top showman, Luke Katz, receives a plaque sponsored by Don Peterson Auctioneers. We would like a photograph of the top three with their show sticks only by the backdrop to the west of the arena. Let's give a big hand to all of our exhibitors today in our intermediate beef showmanship competition. And we are scheduled to begin our senior beef showmanship competition. We appreciate Blake Nelson and his daughter Paisley from Platte City, Missouri, evaluating all of our exhibitors today. They're doing an excellent job not only sorting through the youth, but making sure to talk to each and every one of our young people as they enter and exit the ring. They're doing a really nice job today evaluating all of our showmen. As we prepare to bring our seniors in today, we have 158 youth entering in our senior beef showmanship competition. Youth in these classes will be between the ages of 14 and 18 as of January 1st, 2023. That is what we call 4-H age here in Nebraska. These are our oldest group of showmen at the Nebraska State Fair, and just keep in mind that some of these young people will be entering the ring representing 4-H for the last time this year, because as seniors, once you reach 18 4-H age, you move on afterwards, and we just appreciate all of your years of dedication to the program. We do have 10 classes today of senior beef showmanship. We will be running 2 semifinal rounds, and so we will have our purple ribbon winners from classes 1 through 5 competing in our first semifinal heat following class 5. And then exhibitors in classes 6 through 10 will compete in semifinal round number 2 following class 10 before our overall final drive following our second semifinal heat. And again, we hope you can hang with us throughout the remainder of the day today. If you are not able to stay in person, you can always check out the live stream on showbarnflix.com. Entering the ring now, our first class of senior beef showmen. 16 exhibitors in class 1, and again, we do have 10 classes today of intermediate beef showmanship. Senior members are 4-H members who are between the ages of 14 through 18 as of January 1st, 2023. And just as with our intermediates, senior beef exhibitors may be showing stocker feeders, breeding beef, or market beef, and showmanship judging is based on the preparation of the animals and the exhibitor rather than the animal's conformation. We are looking at the apparent training, the appearance and behavior of the showman, and the skill of the showman in presenting the animal before the judge, making it look its very best, and the individual excellence of the animal.
Again, if you're just tuning in, this is our first class of senior showmanship. These will be exhibitors aged 14 to 18 years of age. Our judge for today is Mr. Blake Nelson, the CEO of the American Maine Jew Association in Platte City, Missouri, being assisted by his daughter Paisley. Again, going over intermediate showmanship, the champion intermediate went to Luke Katz. Reserve was Vienna Sells, and the third overall was Riley Codner. There are 10 classes of senior showmen. I believe what they said they're going to do is break this up 5 and 5 and have 5 classes in a semifinals and then bring another 5 classes semifinals. So it'll be a while. It'll be a tough job for anybody to do. I believe everybody does go out for showmanship. I think it's kind of part of the curriculum and part of the requirements with the Nebraska system, the way they set it up. And you also notice the cattle are not fitted. They just blow and go for this, for the 4-H show this week, and for the breeding heifers this afternoon, and the market steer show tomorrow. They also are shown no fit for the 4-H show. Next weekend on Sunday and Monday they hold the FFA show, which is also market and breeding, and they are full fit. So there's quite a bit of differences between the two shows, and just what's kind of how they're presented, and what's going on out there with them. You can really see, in my mind, you can sure see the work that's done at home with these young men. Here's our judge.
Well, after rolling through an extremely competitive intermediate final, we start off with our seniors, and those 3 young folks on the rail will get to come back here and out of their particular heat, but some awfully good showmen. And I would tell you, seniors, as we get out here, it gets to be little things. Most of you fundamentally do a pretty good job getting your animals set up and getting those feet and legs where they need to be, getting that head up and where it needs to be. It's more about ring presence and being calm and relaxed. Your posture, where you stand and how you can view your calf, not getting too far out in front of them or behind, and making sure that, I engage you, you look at me, and I want to see a look of confidence. I want to see some intensity, but I also want to see you having fun. I love intensity, but when it looks like you're going to let go of the calf and come drop kick me, that's maybe a little too intense. So just keep that in mind. Great job with these seniors. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
Coming back out of the first division will be Kiera Bremer, Braden Day, and Clara Johnson. I imagine the big voice lady is going to tell you the same thing here in a moment. That was our first class. Coming in the second class of senior showmen. About another 15 exhibitors in this class.
Results of Class 1 Senior Beef Showmanship. A blue ribbon for Cerise Jansen from Adams County. Blue ribbons for Easton Kropstach from Polk County. Shia Rasmussen from Howard County. Emma Urweiler, Dakota County. Parker Bowman from Greeley County. Lily Fearson from Dixon County. Evan Pancoke from Hamilton County. Nicholas Rohr from Frontier County. And from Washington County, Ty Peterson. Receiving purple ribbons and returning to compete in our first of 2 semifinal heats today. From the Seward FFA chapter, Braden Day. From Nance County 4-H, Kyra Bremer. And Clara Johnson from Lancaster County 4-H. And again, in the ring right now, we do have our second Senior Beef Showmanship class. We do have 10 classes today in our Senior Beef Showmanship classes. We will have 2 semifinal rounds. The first semifinal round will be following Class 5. So our purple ribbon winners from classes 1 through 5 will return following Class 5 for that semifinal round. And then we'll have our second semifinal round following Class 10, featuring our purple ribbon winners from classes 6 through 10.
Group and another really competitive round. Those three individuals there on the rail will get to come back, but an awfully tough group. Again, it comes down to little things that start sorting, because fundamentally we do a lot of things right once we get to this age. But ring presence, your posture, how you present yourself, how relaxed you are, not overshowing. We can develop some bad habits and kind of overdo it and move around too much and jump around and get fast, and we need to relax and slow down and still take it easy. You guys know what you're doing. Let's give them a big round of applause as they exit the ring, please.
And coming back out of the second class of senior showmanship is Journey Reeson, Baron Strope, and Gentry Warner. And we have Class 3 coming in the ring right now. Class 3 is Senior Beef. Senior Beef Showmanship. Again, with Blake Nelson and his daughter Paisley Nelson is assisting him here in the ring today. Paisley just coming off a big win at the Missouri State Fair. I believe she had reserve champion steer there. Anybody out there listening knows something about cattle or kids that they want to share with us, you can sure reach out. It's Tim Burke. I'll be here helping throughout the show, throughout the week with Show Barn Flicks. And just let me know. We want to make this as entertaining and as fun as we can for everybody.
We apologize to our judge, Blake Nelson. We are having just a few technical difficulties, but we got it figured out. So we will let him talk on the mic, but he did a great job evaluating our third class of senior beef showmanship. And ribbons today for Class 3. Receiving blue ribbons, Connor Shiflett from Brown, Kippahaw, and Rock counties. Kason Statler from Wayne County. Addison Wilson, Adams County. Jordan Ruff from Furnace County. Dylan Shutt from Pierce County. Brock Cushing from Greeley County. And Caitlin Bruce. Purple ribbon winners and returning to your final drive from Seward County, J.C. Stutzman. From Douglas Sarpy County, Kennedy Parks. And from Thayer County, Logan Schmidt. Entering the ring now, our fourth class of senior beef showmanship. We will be taking our purple ribbon winners from classes 1 through 5 to have our first semifinal heat following class 5. Again, this is class 4 of 10 total classes of senior beef showmanship today.
Again, we get here in the senior side, and although maybe not quite as few as the intermediate division, competition is still extremely good. These kids are coming out here, getting these animals presented, and again, it just becomes a little more personal preference in terms of the ring presence, their posture, and how they handle themselves. But great effort out here. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
And coming out of the fourth class of showmanship, returning for the semifinals will be Leah Christian from Pawnee County, Abigail Gorecki from Buffalo County, and Briley Robinson from Lincoln County. Judge Nelson is taking his time with these kids and really doing a good job explaining to them one-on-one after every class what they need to do better, maybe what he saw or didn't see, if he saw a mistake or saw something to improve. And I guarantee I know him well enough to know that he's doing nothing but encouraging him and doing a good job. We are very lucky to have him here judging. Again, him and his being assisted by his daughter Paisley. Anybody that don't know Mr. Nelson, he is very well respected and judged nationwide at almost all of the major shows in the country, and nationally wise, I mean, he's judged all of the majors in Texas and Kansas City, Louisville, Denver, and I'm sure a very long list. He's currently the CEO of the American Maniac Association, and out of Platte City. Started out, he coached the judging team and ran the livestock program at Connors College after school, and then came to the Maine and Jew Association. And as a Maine and Jew breeder myself, I can tell you we are very, very lucky and fortunate to have him. Again, coming in the ring now would be the fifth class of senior showmanship. Seniors, again, is exhibitors age 14 to 18. This will be the fifth class. Then they will have a semifinal, and then we'll have 5 more classes of senior showmen. So again, Blake's got his work cut out of it for sure. Okay, coming back out of the fifth class, senior showmanship, will be Camille Carr from Webster County. We have Corey Kirsten from Douglas Sarpy, Hayden Schroeder from Cummings County, and J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County. And we should be, just shortly, we should be having our first semifinals. I'm going to announce all those kids as they come in. Coming back for the semifinals will be Kiera Bremer, Braden Day, Clara Johnson, Journey Reeson, Baron Strope, and Gentry Warner. Out of Class 3, we've got Kennedy Parks, Logan Schmidt, and J.C. Stutman. Out of Class 4, Leah Christian, Abigail Grecki, and Briley Robinson. And again, as I said, coming back out of the last class will be Camille Carr, Corey Kirsten, Hayden Schroeder, and J.C. Wolfinger.
Another competitive heat here on the senior side. A lot of them kids have already went out. Please give them a big round of applause for all their efforts.
Ribbon placings from Senior Beef Showmanship Class 5 in the blue ribbon group. From Cass County, Cole Albert. Luke Jensen from Hall County. Caden Holan from Pierce County. Reese Jones from Buffalo County. Joseph Frickenshear from Kearney County. Brenna Martinson from Antelope County. Cole Bruce from the St. Paul FFA chapter. And Kellen Schlichtman from Jefferson County. Receiving purple ribbons and returning to the ring momentarily for our first semifinal round, Camille Carr from Webster County, Corey Kirsten from Douglas Sarpy County, Hayden Schroeder from Cumming County, and J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County. And we welcome back to the ring our purple ribbon winners from classes 1 through 5 today in our first semifinal heat. From Class 1, Kiera Bremer from Nance County, Braden Day from Seward County, and Clara Johnson from Lancaster County. Representing Class 2, Reason Journey from Wayne County, Baron Strope, Holt County, and Gentry Warner from Furnace County. From Class 3, Kennedy Parks from Douglas Sarpy County, Logan Schmidt, Knuckles County, and J.C. Stoltzman from Seward County. Purple ribbons in Class 4, Leah Christian, Pawnee County, Bailey Oltmer, Red Willow County, and Briley Robinson from Lincoln County. And representing Class 5, Camille Carr, Webster County, Corey Kirsten, Douglas Sarpy County, Hayden Schroeder from Cumming County, and J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County. And again, currently in the ring, we do have our first semifinal heat in our senior beef showmanship class. We do have 10 classes today of senior beef showmanship. Following the selection of our overall senior beef showman, we will select our 3 top individuals in beef showmanship. And following the selection of our overall beef showman, we will have a 30-minute break before we jump into our breeding classes today. Our first breeding class will be our Angus heifers, but we will take a 30-minute break following the selection of our overall final senior beef showman before we start our breeding classes.
really, really tough semifinal here in the senior division, and awfully tough treading because I don't think there's a bad showman in the bunch. Just some of them, to me, are a little better, a little more composed, a little more consistent, also getting out here in this particular division. So the folks here in the line in front of me will be coming back for the final. I don't want to take anything away from those guys on the rail. I think there's some extremely good showmen. Some of their cattle are getting tired. I understand that's a long day, but it's part of the process, too. Tremendous effort. Let's give them a big round of applause. Great job, guys.
And again, congratulations to all of our purple ribbon winners in classes 1 through 5 of senior beef showmanship. I will announce them all again, and then I will let you know who is returning to our final round following class 10. Seniors receiving purples today: Kiara Bremer, Nance County; Braden Day, Seward County; Clara Johnson, Lancaster County; Reason Journey, Wayne County; Baron Strope, Holt County; Gentry Warner, Furnace County. From Douglas Sarpy County, Kennedy Parks. From Nuckolls County, Logan Schmidt. Seward County has J.C. Stutzman. Leah Christian from Pawnee County. Bailey Oltmer from Red Willow County. Briley Robinson from Lincoln County. Camille Carr from Webster County. Corey Kirsten from Douglas Sarpy County. Hayden Schroeder from Cumming County. And J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County. Returning to compete in the final round of senior showmanship. From Wayne County, Reason Journey. From Holt County, Baron Strope. From Lincoln County, Briley Robinson. Kiara Bremer from Nance County. J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County. Corey Kirsten from Douglas Sarpy County. And Hayden Schroeder from Cumming County. And lined up at the gate right now, we have our senior beef showmanship class 6. Again, we do have 10 classes today of senior beef showmanship, and we just finished our first semifinal round. We will have our second semifinal round following class 10. And then exhibitors, finalists from our first and second final rounds will compete for your overall senior beef showman. Again, this is class 6 of 10 entering the ring right now. Following our beef showmanship contest, we will take a 30-minute break before we start our breeding beef contest, and breeding beef will begin with our Angus heifers.
Well, this time we had a really large heat and, got a little jumbled, so we had to make a little extra half lap there. But still, the kids got a fair look for sure. I can promise you that. And saw each one of them. I went ahead. Those three out in the middle is the one that'll come back for the semifinal. But again, a great group of seniors here. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
Okay, coming out of Class 6 Senior Showmanship would be Jessalyn Hudson from Thayer County. Kay Robinson, I believe, Kay or Coy, C-A-U-Y. If anybody knows, let me know. Kay Robinson from Lincoln County and Cade Strotman from Cumming County. He's been doing it really good in my mind. Judge Nelson's been doing an excellent job talking to the kids before they get released, and rather than doing it on the microphone, and he's going through them one at a time. So, it's taking a little time, but he did say before he picked his intermediate champion, he made the comment that he wanted to spend more time with the kids than with the cattle, and I applaud him for that. I think that's a great way to be, doing an excellent job. So coming in now, we'll have Class 7 Senior Beef Showmanship. Again, if you notice, if you've tuned in and you're watching, they do show them no fit here in Nebraska. It's a wonderful rule we have. And you can probably hear that in my voice. I don't know that I like it, but one thing about it is you can sure see the kids. You can sure see the kids that have done the work at home. I mean, there's some really hard work put in. I mean, you can see the effort, you can see the determination, but you can see the work at home, because this doesn't happen easy, and especially going through all these 100-degree hair day. 100 degrees isn't very much for a hair day, and we've had a lot of them, and boy, these cattle they come out and they pop and they look good, and it makes it pretty easy.
From Cass County, Addison Rist, Douglas Sarpy County, Addison Mowinkle from Hall County, Jackson Snell from Red Cloud FFA chapter, Caitlin Evans from Gosper County, Grady Druke from Antelope County, Jaylee Pope from Buffalo County, Cannon Albert from Cass County, Alexandria Hualt from Pierce County, Lizzie David from Dawson County, Alexa Tolman, Dawes County, Macy Radke, Howard County, Aubrey Kulik from Kimball Banner County, and Allison Schaff from Phelps County. Receiving purple ribbons from Class 6 and returning to your second semifinal round, Jessalyn Hudson from Thayer County, Cade Stratman from the West Point FFA chapter, and Coy Robinson from Lincoln County. Class 7 is currently in the ring now. Again, this is Class 7 out of 10, and we will have our second semifinal drive with our purple ribbon winners following Class 10. And as we work our way through our senior beef showmanship classes, we definitely want to thank everyone behind the scenes. It takes a lot of time, preparation, and organization to make a beef show look as effortless as it can look from the inside of the ring. And we thank all of our parents and families and supporters for making sure to get your 4-H members here today. We know that at the senior level, our kids are capable of doing many things, but they still need support from home to make it to the state fair, and we appreciate all the time that you put in with all of our 4-H members across Nebraska. We'd like to thank our show coordinator today, Amy Top. She's an engagement zone coordinator with the UNL Extension. Our superintendents today, Ashley Benish, our statewide youth development coordinator at the state 4-H office, Steve Pritchard, 4-H extension educator from Boone and Nance counties, and Caitlin Kennedy, a 4-H extension educator from Richardson and Nemaha counties. Working outside right now at Ring Check-In, Jamie Ankrum, Nebraska extension assistant in Richardson County, and Kimberly Cook, Nebraska extension educator in Dundee, Hayes, and Hitchcock counties. Our blow and go checker today is Emily Soll, extension educator in Merrick and Hamilton counties. Working the gate, Aaron Schultz, Saunders County volunteer. Making sure our arena is organized and that all the ribbons are handed out and the results collected, Michaela Martinson, a senior student at UNL, and Sydney Williams, extension assistant in Thurston County. Our ring help today is the UNL livestock judging team, coached by Blaine French. And computer entry, Jessie Mullendor. She's an evaluation coordinator with the Nebraska State 4-H office.
Well, again, out here on the senior division side, awfully good group of beef showmen in this particular bunch. Those three on the rail will come back for our semifinal. Again, a tremendous effort. I love the fact these kids keep coming. Great attitudes, great effort. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
And results from Class 7 Senior Beef Showmanship in the Blue Ribbon Group. Dylan Wendell, Gosper County. Kaylee Powell, Merritt County. Trina Pearson from Dawson County. Peyton Eisenhower from Knox County. Kaya Brune, Antelope County. Clara Rasmussen, Howard County. Casey Olson from Hall County. And receiving purple ribbons today and returning to the semifinal drive, Logan Barta from the Meade FFA chapter. Abby Stahlbaumer, Custer County. And Garrett Scholes from Phelps County. And we are currently bringing our Senior Beef Showmanship Class 8 into the ring. Again, Class 8 is entering the ring. This is Class 8 of 10. We'll have our second semifinal drive following Class 10.
Well, again, we're out here in the senior division, and kids are doing a nice job. I think the cattle are maybe getting a little tired, so we're getting some patience tested. And as a showman, it's your job to do your very best to keep your composure and not let that show. And I know at times it's hard, but, folks, we have to do that because the more relaxed you are, definitely that's going to be a sign that it's going to try to keep your calf a little more relaxed too. So keep your composure out here. Great job, great effort. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
And your results from Senior Beef Showmanship Class 8. In our blue ribbon group today, Trevin Rasmussen from Howard County, Tragan Strahans from Fillmore County, Keely Vaughn, Phelps County, Fiona Caven, Saunders County, Colton McNeil from the Blue Hill FFA chapter, Addison Stump from Custer County, Lily Chevalier from Lancaster County, Carly Johnson from Greeley County, Adrian Stoltenberg from Hall County, and Caton Zwingman from Antelope County. Receiving purple ribbons today in Class 8 and returning to the second round of semifinals, Tanner Ahrens from Cass County, Jaylyn Wolfinger from Dawson County, and Brianna Bosshammer from Buffalo County. And now entering the ring, our Senior Beef Showmanship Class 9. This is Class 9 of 10 Senior Beef Showmanship classes today. Following Class 10, we will have our second semifinal round before moving into the finals and selecting your overall Senior Beef Showman for the 2023 Nebraska State Fair.
Well, again, another really tough heat in senior showmanship on this side. I think a lot of really good showmen. And again, at this point, fundamentally, they do a pretty good job on feet and legs. But at the same time, I think these cattle are getting a little tired, and we got to make sure we're paying attention as showmen because these cattle can get lazy on us too, and we stay hooked up, keep those heads pulled up if that's what they need, and get those feet adjusted where they need to be. So, again, great effort. Let's give these kids a big hand, please.
Results from your Senior Beef Showmanship Class 9. In our blue ribbon group today, Ellie Janning from Fillmore County, Lanham Skurdlant from Webster County, Catherine Utek, Dakota County, Kaylin Kubler, Norris FFA Chapter, Nolan Platt, Cass County, Ava Bullman, Greeley County, Caleb Caslin, Howard County, Rachel Hale, Nance County, Zephyr Mowinkle, Hall County, Maddox Jones from Buffalo County, Rachel Martinson from Humphrey FFA, and Sophia Pitts from the Scottsbluff County 4-H program. Receiving purple ribbons today and returning to the second semifinal drive, Justine Pope from Buffalo County, Bailey Setlick from Valley County, and Cooper Lindstrom from the Holdridge FFA chapter. This is our 10th class of senior beef showmen entering the ring. We had 158 youth enrolled as seniors in beef showmanship this year. And again, this is class number 10 of 10. Following this class, we will have our second semifinal heat featuring our purple ribbons from classes 6 through 10. Finalists from our two semifinals will then come and compete for our overall senior beef showman. We will place out the top 3 showmen today, recognizing all 3 beef showmen in order 1, 2, 3. And rounding up Class 10 with our ribbon results, receiving blue ribbons today, Hudson Navarrete from Washington County, Morgan Johnson, Greeley County, Riley Hermelbrock from Dakota County, from Franklin County, Eldon Hake, Reagan Widholm from Howard County, Jaden Ruff, Connor Cochran from Scottsbluff County, and Tanner Hansen. Purple ribbon winners today and returning to the ring for our second semifinal round. From Polk County, Caleb Peterson. From Hamilton County, Kinley Eckhoff. From Pierce County, Weston Stemick. And from Cumming County, Jaylee Halstead. And they are lining up for our second semifinal round. Again, these are the purple ribbon winners from classes 6 through 10 coming in for their shot at the final round. Returning to the ring today from Class 6, Jessalyn Hudson from Thayer County, Coy Robinson from Lincoln County, and Cade Stratman from Cumming County. From Class 7, Logan Barta from Saunders County, Garrett Scholes from Phelps County, and Abby Stahlbaumer from Custer County. Representing Class 8 from Cass County, Tanner Ahrens. From Buffalo County, Brianna Bosshammer, and from Dawson County, Jalen Wolfinger. From Class 9, Cooper Lindstrom from Phelps County, Bailey Setlick from Valley County, and Justine Polk from Buffalo County. And from Class 10, Kinley Eckhoff from Hamilton County, Jaylee Halstead from Cumming County, Caleb Peterson from Polk County, and Weston Stemick from Pierce County.
as Judge Nelson sorts through these, I think it's pretty easy to see that we've got a stellar set of senior showmen here. They announced 158, I think, senior showmen entered, and you can see they're definitely out for blood and they're serious. The way he has been doing it is leaving the ones on the rail till the end and kind of going bottom up. I believe this time he's more likely to just be seeing how everybody does. I think he's got to work through them. He called a lot of cattle back, obviously, out of these 5 classes. So he's got to find just the very little nitpicky things. And then we'll be on to finals here shortly. And then they said there's going to be a half-an-hour break after showmanship before the breeding heifer starts, before the breeding heifer show starts.
Well, we get out here in this last semifinal, again, extremely tough. There is great showmen in this ring on both sides, and that's just it. The kids right here in this lineup is going to get to come back and get one more shot at it here in the championship. Those on the rail, to me, really good showmen. It's just little nitpicky things. A lot of it's just your cattle maybe getting tired or not wanting to cooperate, and I know that's tiny, but showing through that is extremely important. But again, tremendous effort. I love the quality of showmen, the quality of kids y'all have here in Nebraska. Let's give them a big round of applause, and then we'll have our finals.
And again, we'd like to congratulate all of our exhibitors in our second round of senior beef showmanship today. Those receiving purples but not returning to the finals: Bailey Setlick from Valley County, Logan Barta, Meade FFA, Weston Stemick, Pierce County, Brianna Bosshammer, Buffalo County, Caleb Peterson from Polk County, Garrett Scholes from Phelps County, Cooper Lindstrom from Phelps County, Justine Pope, Buffalo County, and Tanner Ahrens from Cass County. Exhibitors returning to our final drive of senior beef showmanship: Cade Stratman from Cumming County, Jessalyn Hudson from Thayer County, Coy Robinson from Lincoln County, Kinley Eckhoff from Hamilton County, Abby Stahlbomber from Custer County, Jaylee Halstead from Cumming County, and Jayling Wolfinger from Dawson County. We now have our finalists from our first and second heats of senior showmanship lined up behind the scenes, preparing to enter the ring. We will be selecting 3 overall senior beef showmen in order 1, 2, and 3. And awards for our senior beef showmen are sponsored by UBT and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. Each of the top 3 showmen receives a medal, again donated by the Nebraska 4-H Foundation and UBT. Our first place plaque is donated by Don Peterson Auctioneers. And the first place senior showman will also receive the Tyler Bennett Award. The Tyler Bennett family of Beamer, Nebraska sponsors the showmanship plaque for the top senior showman in memory of Tyler, who was killed in a vehicle accident during his freshman year of college. And we'd like to welcome these exhibitors back to the ring. These are your finalists from our 2 semifinal rounds. From Class 1, Kiera Bremer from Nance County. From Class 2, Recent Journey, Wayne County. From Class 2, Baron Strope from Holt County. From Class 4, Briley Robinson from Perkins County. From Class 5, Hayden Schroeder, Cumming County. Also from Class 5, J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County. From Class 6, Jesselyn Hudson from Thayer County. Coy Robinson from Class 6 from Lincoln County. And also from Class 6, Cade Stratman from Cumming County. From Class 7, Abby Stahlbaumer, Custer County. From Class 8, Jalen Wolfinger from Dawson County. Representing Class 10, Kinley Eckhoff from Hamilton County. And Jaylee Halstead from Cumming County.
Well, as we get out here for our finals in the senior showmanship, guys, tremendous set of kids, and you guys are sitting in the stands around ringside. This is tough. This is tough. I've got to check a little bucket list thing off the list for me today. Having Paisley, my daughter, kind of judge a show with me. She helped me out, particularly in the intermediates, was a lot of help. In showmanship, it's nice having another set of eyes because you can't watch everybody all the time. So I appreciate her. We just got through Missouri State Fair about a week ago. She, just like you guys, she busted her hump all spring and summer with her calves. And, again, it's been pretty special getting to do this with her. And I think it's been a good lesson for her because she has a dad that judges some shows, and particularly showmanship, so she can tell you I critically support her at home, right? Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But I do love my daughter, and I'm thankful she's here with me. Past that, guys, this senior showmanship, like I said, is extremely tough. And this is one of those things when you get out here, sometimes it's not so much who does everything right, it's who doesn't mess up at all, you know, because all these kids are dang good. They could show for me at any level, and I'd be perfectly comfortable sending them in the ring with one eye owned because they do an extremely good job. There is a couple individuals to us that not only in class, through their heats, through their divisions, were just really, really solid, spot on, and out here just really tough as well. To us, there wasn't just a clear-cut winner. We think it's awfully tough, but we did come down to even the questions, and I don't like that coming into play too much. But like I said earlier, what I ask them is, what would you change about their animal? I think a good showman needs to know not only the strengths of their animal so they can accentuate them, but also the weaknesses. So sometimes we can show around some of those deficiencies. And this individual that we think is going to win today nailed that right on, was extremely good all the way through. I'm going to go show you which one hit us the hardest, but I'm going to tell you once again, tremendous set of kids and showmen. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
Congratulations to Abby Stahlbomber from Custer County. She is your grand champion senior beef showman for the 2023 Nebraska State Fair. She receives a plaque donated by Don Peterson Auctioneers, as well as medals sponsored by UBT and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation, and the Tyler Bennett Family Award.
I'm pretty sure there's a heart or two pounding out here in this ring waiting to hear what which one he's going to do. Again, Abby Stahlbauer was your grand champion senior showman. Now he's looking at everybody for reserve. And your reserve
And
champion.
your reserve champion, senior beef showman, goes to
Jaylee Halstead from Cumming County, I believe.
And your third place overall showman goes to Jesselyn Hudson from Thayer County. Congratulations to all of our senior showmen today. Our top 3 showmen will receive medals. And our overall first place showman will receive the Don Peterson Auctioneer plaque as well as the Tyler Bennett Family Award. Tyler was a former 4-H member, and he was the recipient of the 2011 Senior Showmanship Award and killed in a vehicle accident during his freshman year in college. His family sponsors an award in his memory every year. Congratulations, everyone. We will be coming back to our breeding beef show. We will take a 30-minute break. It is 1:45 right now, so we will be starting our breeding beef show with our Angus heifer class right around 2:15. So go ahead and have a 30-minute break and join us back at 2:15 for our breeding beef show. Bank Arena. We are here for the 2023 Nebraska State Fair 4-H Breeding Beef Show. We will be starting in alphabetical order today, starting with our Angus breeding beef. We will be utilizing the west side of the barn for some of our smaller classes. Our first class, Class 1, is Angus Heifer Calf, January to April 2023. It is a single entry by Logan Barta from Saunders County.
Well, as we get started here on our breeding heifer side, a nice little January Angus heifer calf that comes in. One you can really appreciate for having some natural width to her. She's wide-based. I like the extra spring she has right through her center body. Certainly has some dimension as you step in behind her. As we turn her to the side, that's where you might tune on her just a little bit. You know, she is fighting the halter some, but wants to kind of pull up in her loin, break behind her shoulder there. I just like to tie her together a little smoother in the top line, but again, appreciate the stoutness she has for her age. A nice pair of fall heifer calves here, and as we get into looking at these two, young lady's heifer leads off. Some places I see her maybe just having some advantages today. Not only do I think she's maybe just a little further along in terms of just show shape and really comes to the ring in good condition. I like the extra stoutness she has, the body mass, the extra bone work underneath her as well, and width. As we turn her to the side, I think she hooks in good in her top line, the way everything ties together. You know, if we're going to tune on her, she's one I would like to see her just flex a little bit better in the way she moves out of that hawk. She steps a long track, but maybe could just flex a little easier there. And again, I think condition-wise, she's right on. We wouldn't want her to have any more relative to her age. Young lady's heifer in second. I think this is a good heifer. She's one that's long-sided and extended. I like the extension refinement about her head and neck. I'd like to see her hook in a little smoother right there in her shoulder, the way it comes into her body. This little female here is flexible and sound. You know, she just needs time yet, and it's going to come, and I hope it does. I think that one could be awfully good. Just out here today, gets out-horsed a little bit by her class winner. We get out here with an August heifer, and young lady's female is one that you can appreciate for, again, one that has some stoutness of build. She's big-footed. She's sure got some structure underneath her. You like the width she carries there as you get in behind her. I'd like to relax in her top line. She wants to pull a little bit in her loin, just see her get out and stride a little better out of that front end as well. But I think on the stand, again, you can appreciate that extra width she brings to the ring today.
And as you can see, our breeding classes are going to be rolling pretty quickly today, which is fantastic news. So we will just be catching up on placings of our smaller classes when I have the microphone in my hand. So again, from Class 1, your first purple goes to Logan Barta from Saunders County. In Class 2, second purple to Isabella Detweiler from Hall County. First purple to JC Wolfinger from Dawson County. And in Class 3, our first purple goes to Kaylin Kubler from Lancaster County. Currently in the ring, this is Class 4, Angus Yearling Heifers, tabbed May-June 2022.
Before we get out of here in this class, and definitely kind of interesting to piece together because you got a little bit of everything. You've got four, to me, really nice heifers and then some nice cow prospects. The heifer that wins does that for me pretty quickly. I think she's the one of the top 3 or 4 that combines a lot of good. Not only does she have some look from the side, she's got a big rib cage in her. Structurally, I think she's certainly acceptable and gets out and flexes and moves. Got a good foot underneath her and some bone to her as well. She's not maybe the coolest necked one in here, but I think she's still plenty good there and just puts a lot of pluses together. For me, 2 and 3 is a close decision, and time will tell, and I think it could sure swap. But out here today, the 2 heifer, there's just so much more to her. She's bigger in her rib cage. her heart, the middle part of her body, and back through her flanks. She has more width as you get in behind her. We turn her to the side. That one still proportions out. I'd be the first to tell you I'd like to freshen her up in terms of her condition. She wants to just, to me, roll a little bit out of that front end, and that's where I'd tune on her. The heifer we have in third, I love the cleanness in her neck, the soundness she has. She's a big-boned heifer. She's one out here, though, looks a little tighter in terms of her heart and her flank. If that'll go ahead and come on, I think that one could sure climb to the top. But out here today, she just gets out horsed a little bit in terms of body. The heifer we have in fourth, she's another one from her shoulder back. You love the mass she has. She's big in her rib cage. She's wide base. She's thick-ended. She's one that's level in her top line. However, we study her through the front third of her body. She reads a little upright and straight in her shoulder. We'd like to lay her back there, and also that's one you'd like to tune on in terms of condition. Young man's heifer coming around the corner now. I think a real practical kind of heifer that's sound. She's one that sure has some rib to her. Maybe not quite that style as we get her to the side. A larger naveled heifer. It's a little wastier down through her brisket. Not quite as attractive as some of those top-end cattle. The heifer coming out next, another one I can appreciate for having some performance and stoutness to her. She's a big-bodied one here that has some weight per dev, age, and length and dimension. But with that, to me, just a little heavier through her shoulder and brisket. Not quite as refined through that head and neck as some of the top-end cattle. The young man's heifer we have coming around the corner next, another one that's really long-sided and extended. That's a heifer that's smooth in her top line. She's sound enough on her feet and legs. Just to me, gets a little too restricted in terms of her midrib and her body yet today. We'd like to drop more body in her. The young man's heifer we have coming out next, I think just gets there because he's a notch more just that heifer to me has a notch more width as you get in and study her over her top, the arch out of her spine, the width from behind. This one reads a little plain up through that chest and front end. Maybe wants to get just a notch flatter as you study her going away. Then we have the heifer that wraps up the class. Probably as athletic moving as anything in the class, and you appreciate that about her. This one to me gets a little piecey on the profile, probably the most restricted in terms of her flank and her width. But I think, again, one there that has some length and soundness could sure come into her own in time. Let's give those kids a round of applause on a competitive class.
Okay, that was, getting back in the Angus here, that was the Angus yearling heifers May and June. Winning that class was Vienna Sells. Second in that class was Jalen Wolfinger. Third in the class was Michael Coulterman. Coming in now will be the March-April Angus heifers Class 5. Should be 12 entries in this class, 14 entries in this class. This will be all of the March and April Angus heifers. Again, winning Class 4 was Vienna Sales, Sanders County. Second, Jalen Wolfinger. Third was Michael Coulterman. Fourth was Claire Johnson. Fifth, Trapper Wilcox. Sixth was Julia Wolf. Seventh was Jackson Logan. Eighth, Blaze Hartwell. And ninth, Newt Schmidt. We're in Class 5, Angus yearling heifers, calved March and April of 22. as Judge Nelson gets these last two picked, it's pretty obvious that McKinley Stoller is going to win the class because she's bringing her calves both first and second in that class. Third in that class was Camille Carr. We'll let Mr. Nelson talk now. Again, both these two heifers are owned by McKinley Stoller.
Well, as we get started here on the Angus side, a really nice heifer to lead off with. I think these top two cattle on the stand kind of pair up in my mind, but when we ask them to lead or you step in behind them, I think that's where the heifer that leads off has an advantage. I think you get in behind her. She's certainly truer out of the arch of her spine. Just a little more spring, a little more width in her all the way through. Still combines that with a very nice proportional look from the side. She does have the advantage as well, flexing a little better out of her hock. Just traveling a little truer and square on them back, too. I'd be the first to tell you if I'm going to tune on her today, I'd trim her up just a little bit in that brisket, but I think that's an awfully nice female. Young man's heifer in second. She does have an advantage just being a notch neater in the way her neck ties into her body. Just a little higher in her neck set there. Comes at you with a really good look from the side. This is a big-boned heifer as well. She is one, as you watch her go, she could still just flex and set that hind wheel down just a little truer in the way she squares up there. But I think that's sure a nice female. When she relaxes, she presents you a good silhouette. I think she does have a shot more moderation and body width to her than this heifer in third. The heifer in third, you have to appreciate the look and balance she has. She's a big bone, heavy structured heifer here, extremely extended. She's one, I think, for that added frame size. I just wish she had a shot more width to go along with that added length and the added height that she has. If we could do that, she gets to the top because she is a high-quality female that has some awesome pieces to her. I just wish there was a little more cow there to go along with that extra stretch. Young ladies heifer we have coming out next. To me, we start falling into a couple more moderate framed heifers here that have some width and shape to them. Probably pushing the envelope a little bit in terms of condition, not quite as attractive there in the way her neck sits in her tail head and the way she handles that hind leg. Young ladies heifer coming around the corner now. Another one I just said you can appreciate for having that body shape and width. She wants to maybe push and paddle a little bit off that front end. I'd like to just see her move out a little sounder there. She's another one that's maybe on that verge of having just a tick more condition than ideal. The young man's heifer we have coming out next, a lot like her in the fact this is a bold center, thick-made kind of a heifer here. One on the stop, levels out in her top line, but we ask her to lead. You see her pull that loin up. She maybe just gets a little shorter stepping on both ends of her skeleton. Young man's heifer coming out next. You can appreciate one that to me is a little fresher in terms of condition than some of her contemporaries. I like the length, the refinement she has, the soundness of structure. You just like to give her a shot more power as you get in behind her. Young lady's heifer coming out next. Another one I'm going to appreciate for having some body width to her, some dimension and weight per day of age. I'd be the first to tell you I'd trim her up through that chest and front end a little bit. I'd like to see her set that hind leg down a little square and truer. She wants to hawk in as she goes. The next heifer in the lineup's another heifer you like for her length she has. She's one that's pretty level in her top line, pushing a little more condition than ideal. You see it in her chest and around her pones. I'd like to see more genuine width in her as well. Young man's heifer coming out next, another one on the stand. I like the symmetry she has in her lines. I like her neatness in the way her neck ties in her. Just gets a notch flat as you get them behind her in a little narrow base. Then we have a couple of heifers coming at us now. I think both pretty practical in terms of their rib cage and their kind. Just read a notch plainer as we get them on the profile. Not quite as attractive as some of those cattle we find at the top end of the class. Then the heifer coming out next, another heifer that has a lot of performance and weight per day of age to her. Just to me, probably a little over in terms of condition. I think that detracts from her femininity. You see a little more crest about her neck and her chest there. You'd like to refine her through that front third of her body. Then the heifer that wraps up the class, again, a really sound, moving, good-footed kind of a heifer here. One that just gets out measured in terms of body mass, dimension, and performance to that top group. Let's give those kids a hand on a very competitive class.
And results of our Angus Yearling Heifer Class 5 receiving blue ribbons today. Peyton Hermelbrock from Dakota County, Jack Koenig, Jefferson County, Bryn Ahrens, Cass County, Leah Hartman from Dodge County, TJ Mueller, Lancaster County, Peyton Eisenhower from Knox.
Okay, she's just giving you purples and blues. What I'm going to do is give them an order. Mackenzie Stoller, again, was first and second in that class. I believe her March heifer would have been first and the April heifer would have been second. Third in that class went to Camille Carr. Fourth in that class, Keely Vaughn. Fifth was Julia Wolf. Sixth was Blaze Hartwell. Seventh, Clayton Craddock. Eighth was Audra Groth. Ninth was Peyton Eisenhower. 10th in class was TJ Mueller. 11th, Peyton Hermelbrecht. 12th was Leah Hartman. 13th was Brianna Ahrens, and following up, 14th in class was Jack Koenig. Again, first and second went to Mackenzie Stoller. Third went to Camille Carr. We now have class 6 in the ring. Angus Yearling heifers, calved January and February of 22. There should be 6 head in the ring for class 6, January and February's.
So as we get out here in this class, young man's heifer leads off the class. I think, she is one of the more moderate ones, but after you say that, you can't pick on her just a ton. I think this one's just really solid. She's one that, to me, has a structural advantage, particularly on those front two. We come on up from there, and she just has enough body, enough width. We look at her in terms of balance. I think she's good enough in her top line. Yeah, you might just, refine her just a nickel in that shoulder and chest, but that's being picky on one. I think puts a lot together, and to me, she's fresh, yet still carrying plenty of show condition out here. Nice heifer lead off with. Young man's heifer in second. I love the natural width and body shape you see in this one. She has some real spring and dimension as you get in behind her. She's good in her top line. This heifer at times wants to get a little more forward in her knee and toe out up front. I'd like to fix her just a little bit there if I'm going to swap that pair, but that is a heifer there. I think it's a lot of guy has a lot of honest good in her. Young lady's heifer in third on the profile. You love this heifer. She's one that's attractive pattern. She's done a nice job, got a nice fresh hair coat on her, got her good in terms of condition. Unfortunately, as you get in behind her, this one reads just a notch flatter and narrower gauge for me. I'd like to see just a little more real width in her if I'm going to bump her up over those top two cattle. But again, high quality female, highly presented there. Young ladies female coming out next. Another one kind of gets there for having a little more body mass and width to her. She's a big boned heifer that to me just gets a little piecey on the profile. A little more chest and navel, not quite as attractive through that hip and hind leg. Young man's heifer coming out next. Another one you like for having some moderation, some body shape to her. To me, gets a little deep and thick up through that front end. Not quite as attractive through that front third of her body. She wants to hawk in as well, and I'd like to square up on those back two. Then we have the female that wraps up the class. You like the length of body, the levelness of top line. To me, just reads a notch plainer all the way through as we compare to that top group. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
And results of Class 6 Angus yearling heifers. Receiving blue ribbons today, Sharice Jansen from Adams County, Kinley Fattig from Lincoln County, and Caleb Caslin of Howard County. A purple ribbon to Jessalyn Hudson from Thayer County. Second purple goes to Caden Gaina from Lancaster County, and first purple to Briggs Krause from Nancy.
Okay, we had a number messed up in there on one of the backs, but okay, she did say first in that class went to Briggs Krause, second to Caden Gaina, third was Jessalyn Hudson, fourth in that class was Kenley Fattig, fifth was Caleb Caslin, and sixth in that class was Cerise Jensen. Coming to class now will be a single entry class, Caden Gaina with a October heifer.
We have a single entry here in this class, and young man brings a really nice stout bred heifer out here. You like for, just to me, being a wide-based, big-footed one here that has some bone to her, has some substance as you read her in behind her shoulder through her mid-rib, all the way out from behind in terms of width. We turn her to the side. She proportions out and okay in terms of balance. I'd like to freshen her up in her presentation out here today, just a little more poned up, not quite as neat up there through that front end, but an awfully nice female there. Has a lot of production certainly read into her.
And in Class 7, again, a first purple to Caden Gaina with his Angus yearling heifer, August-December 2021. We will now bring our first purples back from Classes 1 through 7 for the selection of your champion Angus heifer. If there is a second purple in the class after the first purple has been selected, we will bring the second purple back in and select for your overall reserve champion Angus heifer. And returning to the ring for the selection of our champion Angus heifer, our first purples from Class 1, Logan Barta from Saunders County. From Class 2, J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County. Representing Class 3, Kaylin Kubler from Lancaster County. Class 4, Viviana Sells from Saunders County. Class 5, first purple, McKinley Stoller from Hayes County. First purple from Class 6, Briggs Krause from Nance County. And Class 7, first purple, Caden Gaina from Lancaster County.
Well, as we get out here for our champion Angus female, again, a nice lineup. We've had some good classes, 3 and 4 deep at times. And these class winners that come out here, to me, all put together a lot of good. At times, maybe in their respective classes, they maybe just had a shot more look or a shot more width that gave them the edge out here today, shot of performance even. But in my mind, there's a couple of heifers just stick out in terms of freshness and build. Starting with our youngest heifer down here out of that fall division. That one comes at you, and she's one that you like for her substance relative to her age. She's a big-bodied one that has some dimension and bone to her. In terms of balance, I think very proportional. Maybe not just as refined about her neck as some, but I think still ties in her pretty good. Young lady's heifer right behind her, another heifer you can appreciate for having some width and muscle. Just gets a little higher in her loin and PC as you ask her to lead. Young lady's heifer there, third in the lineup. One that's maybe just a little boxier kind, but a good one. I think she's level in her line. She's attractive pattern. You like her depth of side, her bone work, her flexibility. I'd be the first to tell you I might refine her just a little bit in terms of the width of her. She's a little deeper tying in her neck there, but I do like that female awfully well. Young lady directly in front of me, that heifer to me has an awful good profile to her. She's extended to her front end. She's sound enough moving as she goes. Doesn't overpower you in terms of width and the way she handles her hawk. I think still a good kind of female. The young man's heifer next in the lineup, that one, as I say in class, yeah, you can say she's a little more on the moderate side, and she is, but I think she does have a lot of good to her in terms of freshness of body mass, width, and structural correctness. Still puts together a lot of upside. Then we've got our oldest bred heifer, as I stated there. I love the stoutness and mass in her. There's a lot of dimension to that cow right there. A lot of bone work to her as well. Just maybe not quite as freshly presented as some out here today, but I think one that has a lot of good. So again, an awfully good lineup of Angus females. If you would, give these kids a round of applause, and I'll go show you your champions.
Our champion Angus would have come out of Class 5 for Briggs Cross from Nance County. And our reserve champions come out of the first class of the day. That would be Logan Barta from Saunders County.
And congratulations, your grand champion Angus heifer goes to Briggs Krause. He is your first purple out of Class 6. Briggs is from Nance County, and the reserve champion heifer is from Class 2, exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger. She is from Dawson County. Congratulations to your champion and reserve champion Angus heifers. Moving into our Charlet classes. Currently in the ring, we have 2 exhibitors in Class 8. Charlet breeding heifers calve January through April 2023. Exhibitors number 923, Catherine Utek, and 1357, Bo Thompson, both from Dakota County.
Well, as we get out here in these spring-born Charlet heifer calves, young lady's heifer leads off. I think out here today, just one that's a little more attractive for me. I think she's certainly smooth in her top line, more extended through her front end. I think a pretty flexible kind of heifer as well. You know, at times wants to fight the halter and kind of duck her pins, and you might change her up just a little bit in her hip structure. I think a pretty nice heifer calf. Young man's heifer we have in a second. Give me fits out here a little bit, but that's a heifer you can appreciate for having some body volume to her. I think she's sound enough on her feet and legs and has some width. Just wants to maybe get just a little rougher in the way she comes to the ring in terms of her hook up there and her neck into her shoulder, as well as back through her hip. You'd like to change her up in both those spots. Just a single entry here in this class, and one you can certainly appreciate for being a pretty flexible, easy-moving kind, one that has some body shape and width to her as well. I'd like to fix her up in her hip structure just a little bit. She wants to get off from hooks to pins and just smooth her up ever so slightly there through her shoulder. Put a nice little heifer calf here. Good project for this young man. Well, as we get out here in this class of Charolais heifers, I think a pretty commanding winner that gets out here pretty quick. You study this one and just really catches your eye for being a nice profiling, high-quality, attractive female. She blends that, to me, with enough body shape at this age. I think she's certainly good enough in her forerib, the way she carries it through her midrib and flank. She is a female as we watch her travel. Good up front. On those back two, maybe could just come to the ground, just a nickel square there from hock to the ground, but that's being picky on one I like awfully well. 2 and 3 is a close decision in my mind, and time will tell. But to me, 2 has an advantage just in terms of length and refinement. Oh, goodness. So the heifer there just has a little more length and refinement. I like her flexibility. Would like to give her a shot more body. And the young man's heifer, and let's give him a round of applause. Water Trooper, thank goodness she didn't quite get on top of him there. But heifer you can appreciate for her stoutness, her body mass. I would like, you bet, bud. Just let her have it. You would like to refine her through that front third of her body. But again, let's give him a round of applause, guys. Thank goodness he's okay.
That's all right. She Okay, we are in Class 11, which would be the fourth class of Charolais heifers. In this class, we've got Rachel Hale, this is March and April calving heifers. Oh, Rachel Hale, Laura Sandra passed two, Bradley Went, Tyrone Ray, Kason Statler, and Emma Schmidt. And Mr. Nelson's pulling them in as we speak. Okay, if the judge leaves them the way they are right now, we'll have Brantley Went winning the class, and Kason Statler is in second. I think he's just walking them again, maybe. Hasn't quite made up his mind, but again, Brantley Went first, Kason Statler second if he leaves them as they stand. And he did.
Well, we get out in this class of Charolais heifers. I think these top two heifers, there's some trade-offs in just type and kind, both good in their own right. For me, the young man's heifer I lead off with. Some places she has some advantages. I think you study this one. This is a longer-sided female that even with that extra extension has some actual, a little more natural width as you get in behind her and study her width and her shape. Another thing she has going for her is she doesn't move ideal, but she does have a longer stride and is more relaxed in her joints and the way she used them. I would like to maybe bring those hind two in just a little squarer to her body when she goes, but I like the flexibility and reach she has. This one, like I said, is long-bodied. She has that extension to her front end. She maybe could just be a nickel stronger there from her shoulder back through her hooks there and just push her down a scotch in her tail head. But that's being picky on one. I think comes to us in fresh and condition, has a lot of good. Young man's heifer in second. I love the body type of this one. Just moderate, soft in her kind. I like her levelness in her lines. That extra drop she has to her forerib and her midrib there is awfully nice. Just, a little shorter. But more than anything for me, I'd like to see her just get out and flex and reach and go a little better on those back two. To me, she wants to get a little tentative in the way she travels, a little shorter stepping, and not quite the sheer mass as our class winner. Young ladies heifer we have in third. I think a real useful kind of a female that's big-footed, sound, structured, easy-going, just not quite as tidy through that front third of her body, not as quite as attractive there, but from her shoulder back there, one I think has a lot of good to her. The heifer in fourth, a lot like her. I like the fact that the fourth place heifer has maybe a shot more natural shape in terms of spring of rib and thickness back through her rump. I'd like to smooth her out in her tail head. I'd like to trim her up in her brisket as well. Young man's heifer coming out next, a heifer you can appreciate for having some extension to her, some thickness as you step in behind her, just a little coarser in terms of her shoulder, tail head, and hock. You'd like to refine her in all three of those spots. Young ladies, lighter yellow heifer coming out next. One you can appreciate for having just a little more mass and performance to her. She's pretty sound in terms of her feet and legs, but just reads a notch plain all the way through as we compare to that top group. Then we have the heifer that wraps up the class, one that you can appreciate for being long-sided, pretty clean in her front end, just simply gets outmassed and overwhelmed in terms of power and performance to that top group. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
Okay, placings in Class 11, March, April Charolais heifers. First went to Brantley Went, Colfax County. Second place went to Kason Statler of Wayne County. Third and fourth were both heifers that Laura Sondrup, Nance County owned. Fifth was Tyrone Ray, Merritt County. Sixth, Rochelle Hale. Seventh went to Emma Schmidt. We have a single entry class now. This will be heifer born January 25th of 22, exhibited by Bo Thompson of Dakota County.
In the ring right now, we have Class 12, a single entry from Bo Thompson from Dakota County. Following that will be Class 13, another single entry by Blake Hasbrook from Platte County.
Well, we find a single entry in this class, young man's heifer, one you can appreciate. For me, that's pretty sound on her feet and legs. She's good in her foot shape and the usage of her joints. She's one that has some extension to her as well, some spring right there in terms of her rib and width from behind. However, you know, we get to breaking that one down. She gets a little cresty over her neck. I'd like to trim her up a little bit in that brisket there. And just maybe still yet, I'd like to see her just a little more, drop through that rear rib and flank just to go with the rest of her body type. But a solid kind of female there in this single entry class.
We are now bringing Class 13 into the ring. Again, a single entry in our Charolais yearling heifers, calved August-December 2021. Results from Class 12. Bo Thompson from Dakota County does receive a purple. And families who are listening in the ring right now, we are having technical difficulties with our microphones. I know our barn mic from the inside of the livestock office, as well as the barn mic here at the announcer stand, are not reaching our families in the barns. We apologize. We know that you're not hearing our calls. I will try to be making the calls over this mic as well. So if you have someone that can come and help listen to the calls from inside the arena, that would be great. We apologize for the difficulties. They are working on it, but I know our calls are not being heard in the barn. So families, if we have a little bit of a delay between classes, we are trying to get everything organized as best we can behind the scenes.
Well, single entry here in this fall class, and young man's female there, I think, has a lot of maternal quality to her. You study her, she's one that's pretty feminine through that front third of her body. She transitions back, neat in her shoulder, comes into a nice, deep, soft rib cage. In terms of udder quality, you appreciate the teat size. She does have an auxiliary teat on that left side, and you'd like to trim that up a notch. But in terms of function of her udder, it looks like it's going to be just fine. You know, you watch this one go, and structurally, I think she's pretty sound up through her front end. I'd like to just neaten her up and even her up in her toe size on those back two, just to see her track out a little more square.
And in Class 13, Blake Hasbrook receives a purple ribbon. Now bringing in our first purples from our Charolais breeding beef classes. From Class 8, Catherine Utek from Dakota County. From Class 9, Brantley Wint from Colfax County. From Class 10, Brant Benish from Boone County. First purple in Class 11, Brantley Wint from Colfax County. First purple from Class 12, Bo Thompson from Dakota County. And from Class 13, our first purple, Blake Hasbrook from Platte County. Again, we are selecting the champion Charolais heifer. Once the champion has been selected, if there is a second purple from the class, it will pull into the lineup for the selection of our reserve champion Charolais heifer. This is a first call for all composite Charolais breeding beef classes. First call, classes 14, 14B, 15, and 16. All composite Charolais classes, first call.
Out here for our champion Charolais female. Again, a really competitive drive, some good class winners. Let's give these kids a round of applause, please. You know, as I think we get our class winners back out here and start looking at competition, to me, probably the closest competition lays kind of right in the middle of the lineup. The heifer out of the third class just, to me, exudes quality. It's hard to draw a picture of one better from the side. In terms of just, to me, what a Charolais female should look like. She combines a feminine look with a nice sweep or a nice shape through her rib cage, still very attractive from the side, and enough width. She doesn't overpower you, but I think there's sure enough there for a female. The female circling out, she does have that added shot of power and shape. I love the rib cage in her, the width she has, and the bone work she has, but with that maybe not quite as neat in terms of just the way her shoulder ties into her body and her tail head. But I think that one's awfully good, too. So an awfully tough decision in my mind. I'm going to go ahead and use the younger female. Let's give this young man a hand.
Champion female would have been exhibited by Brant Banish from Boone County, from Albion.
That second comes out, and as I stated in there, that was the class where we had the third place heifer that got a little anxious there, and luckily that little guy ended up okay. But as I stated before, I think that heifer has some good pieces. She has some extension. There is some genuine muscle and body shape to her, just a little green yet in terms of her heart and her flank. Everything's not tying together quite as neatly. Real quickly for reserve, the other one I like in the lineup, this young man's Power Cow. Let's give him a hand.
So again, grand champion exhibited by Brant Banish from Boone County. And reserve was Brantley Went from Colfax County, coming out of Class 11, the March heifers. Coming in the ring now, I believe we'll have our first class of Charolais composites. We've got 3 classes with just single entries and 1 class of 3.
Reserve champion goes to Brantley Went, and your champion Charolais heifer goes to Brant Binish. Congratulations. We'll now be moving into our composite Charolais breeding beef classes. Class 14, composite Charolais heifer calf, January through April 2023. We have a single entry today. Kinsley White from Douglas Sarpy County. And again, exhibitors, this is final call for Class 14B, 15, and 16 composite Charolais heifers. This is your final call. Please report to the holding area.
So we start the Char Composite Show. Young ladies march heifer calf here. Really a nice little heifer. She's going to have a lot of fun with this one because I think there's a lot of good here. I think relative to her age, one that is pretty far along in terms of just having some nice body shape to her. She's a big-boned heifer with some width. We turn her to the side. Proportions out pretty good. You know, maybe not just quite as neat through that tail head and pin set. You know, that's where you'd tune on her just a little bit. Hopefully she'll grow into some of that, and as she lays on more condition, it might smooth up in her. But that's really my big thing on her I tune on today. But again, nice little heifer calf there with a bright future. Young lady single entry here in this October heifer. Dark red heifer here has some good pieces to her. I mean, she is one that's really neat in her neck, flat in her shoulder, really extended there, then comes back, and I mean, she surprises you. Step in behind this one, she's big back, she's thick rumped and bold rib. You know, just from her shoulder back, probably like to see her just tie in a little more neatly there, relax her in that loin when she moves, and, you know, just smooth her up a nickel in that top line. But, man, she has some awesome breeding pieces for you to work with as you move forward. young man brings a single entry here, and a female, I think as you study her, one that to me is just practical in her kind. She's a big-bodied female that to me is deep-sided, has some genuine dimension there all the way through, and still gets out and travels with flexibility and ease. Maybe not the most attractive hind leg in the way she sets it, but I think it's very functional there. And that's what I do, is just maybe class her up a nickel through that front third and change her up just a nickel in terms of her pin set and give her a shot more bone. But again, very useful in her kind. I like the body type. I think there's certainly a lot of good in her. Let's give him a hand.
Caitlin Evans, if you could report to the holding area for Class 16. Caitlin Evans for Class 16, please report to the holding area. As we're arranging Class 16, we will go over the results from Classes 14, 14B, and 15. In Class 14, a first purple for Kinsley White from Douglas Sarpy County. In Class 14B, composite Charolais heifers, calves September-October, a first purple for Emma Erweiler from Dakota County. And in Class 15, composite Charolais heifers, calf May-June 2022, a first purple for Connor Anderson of Madison County. And again, we are lining up Class 16 outside the gate. 3 entries, Caitlin Evans, Paisley White, and Emerson Peterson. Please make sure you're at the holding area. We are experiencing some technical difficulties in working on our barn mics, both here at the announcer stand and in the livestock barn, or the livestock office, as well. So please be patient with us for just a little while. I will make a first call right now for our Chianina breeding beef. First call, Class 17, 18, and 19. First call for all key breeding beef right now. 17, 18, and 19. Again, we would like Class 16 in the holding area. Caitlin Evans, if you could report to the holding area from Gosford County. We are holding Class 16, ready to come in. If we could have our first purples from 14, 14B, and Class 15, all waiting in the holding area as well for our selection of the champion composite Charolais. Following Class 16, we will just keep right on and moving. And Class 16 is now entering the ring. Exhibitors in Class 16, Caitlin Evans, Paisley White, and Emerson Peterson. And yet again, first call for all of our Chianina breeding beef, key breeding beef, classes 17, 18, and 19. Please be making your way to the holding area.
Well, out here in this class on the Shark composite side, young ladies heifer that comes in and wins the class for me. I think one that as you study her and look, just combines body mass, acceptable soundness in terms of her structure. I think there's enough width there. We turn her to the side. I think this parts still come together. Yes, she's probably carrying a nickel more condition than ideal, and you see it down her chest and just throughout her body there. We trim her up ever so slightly, but I'd rather have cattle that are easy fleshing than ones that are a little too hard. So I can live with that a little bit. That's just where I'd tweak on that one. And with that, because that condition, I think it does cause her to roll her shoulder just a little bit when she gets down the go. Young lady's white heifer in second. I like this heifer in terms of her body type, her width, and her substance. One that I think still, moves okay. She could get out of that front end and stretch and reach a little easier. And that's where you tune on her, is really just elevate her in her chest floor, extend her out a notch, and just watch her go a little easier. Young lady's dark gray heifer, a big boned heifer here that's long and flexible. She's extending her body. Just one I'd like to just see more of. I'd like to drop her down through that midrib if I'm going to move her up. You do that, and she could make a contention towards the top end, because I think that heifer has some quality. She just don't have that center rib to compete with those top two cattle.
And in Class 16, Composite Charolais heifers, receiving a purple ribbon today, Emerson Peterson from Washington County. Second purple goes to Paisley White from Douglas Sarpy. And your first purple goes to Caitlin Evans from Gosper County. We will now bring all of our first purples back to the ring to select our champion Composite Charolais heifer. From Class 14, first purple, Kinsley White from Douglas Sarpy. From Class 14B, Emma Erwiller from Dakota County. From Class 15, first purple, Connor Anderson from Madison County. And from Class 16, first purple, Caitlin Evans from Gosper County.
Well, out here for our champion Charolais composite female, a nice lineup again, and the quality started with our little heifer calf here. Like I said, that's one I like awfully well. I think has a good future ahead of her. We tune on her tail set just a little bit, but hopefully she'll grow into some of that, and the way she develops there in terms of her pins and around there could smooth that up. But after that, that's a heifer that's sound on her feet and legs, has a quality look, and has some dimension to go with it. Young lady's dark red heifer, as I stated in that class, has some unique pieces. Man, she is extended. She's really refined through that front third of her body and surprises you for that kind of neck and head, how much width she has when you get in behind her. I love that shape and that dimension. However, I would like to see her just handling it a little looser, more natural in her top line when she goes. Just see her get out in stride just a nickel easier. The young man's heifer there out of the third class, as I stated, very useful. She's big-bodied. She has some dimension. She's flexible enough in her structure. As we really start breaking her down in terms of just throwing a halter on her and bringing her in the show ring, you would like to refine her a little bit through that front end in terms of her neck and shoulder. I'd like to make her more attractive in her pin set, give her a shot more bone to match up with her body type. Then we get the oldest heifer that just came out of that last class, and that one checks a lot of boxes for me. She's big-bodied. She's one that's sound enough. She has enough pretty turn, enough width. Yeah, we'd probably just trim her up a nickel in terms of condition, but I guarantee you we'd slip that halter off and kick her out. She's probably going to trim up a little bit on her own. She's going to look awfully good. That's going to be our champion today. Let's give her a round of applause, please. We bring back second in that class, this white heifer, and as I stated in there, I like this heifer's body type. I like her depth. Her width kind of got her there in the second hole. She's a little shorter sided, maybe not quite as free striding as some, but that's another one I think has a lot of good. Real quickly for me, the other one I think just fits me in the type. I'm going to gamble on this baby down here. She'll be reserve breed. Let's give her a hand.
Congratulations, your reserve champion, Composite Charlotte heifer is shown from Class 14 by Kinsley White from Douglas Sarpy County. And your champion, Composite Charlotte heifer, is exhibited by Caitlin Evans from Gosper County. Congratulations. Moving into Class 17 now in our Kianina yearling heifers, calf May, June 2022. 2 entries in the class, Kuiper Vaughn from Phelps County and Jackson Logan from Burke County.
Okay, sorry about that. In the composite Charlet division, the champion was exhibited by Kinsley White from Douglas Sarpy County, and the reserve would have been Caitlin Evans from Gosper County. In the ring now is our first class of Kianina breeding heifers. There'd be 2 entries in this class. These heifers are both calved on May 17th of 2022. We have Kipper Vaughn and Jackson Logan.
Well, as we get out in this class, certainly 2 different kinds of cattle, and I think both have some good, but a little different what they bring to the ring today. For me, the young man's heifer, I just like the added, to me, frame and extension she has. I think it just fits her a little better. She gives you a nice, attractive look from the side. Everything ties together pretty decently. She's not as big ribbed and big middle as this heifer in second, and that's where you'd tune on this one. Just drop her down a nickel in that flank and free her up ever so slightly in that hock. But I think on the stand, she's one that gives you a nice quality look. Young lady's heifer in second. I mean, a lot of cow potential here, and just in terms of just rib and mass and having some width to her. But with that, she gets a little shorter, a little rounder up through that front end, not quite as refined in that front third of her body. She's another one kind of pushing that threshold in terms of condition, but you do like the body mass she has and the overall dimension.
First in that first class went to Jackson Logan from Burke County. Second in that class would have been Kipper Vaughn from Phelps County. Now we have the March-April calves, March-April 22s. There should be 7 head in this class.
Well, as we get out here in this class, I think, again, high-quality females. For me, the female I lead off with just fits me better. I think as you study her, not only is she the soundest moving one of the bunch, I think she's right in terms of just her cage and from her shoulder back. You could put some cattle inside of her. I like not only the depth, but she has some boldness, some width, and she's not perfect. I'd be the first to tell you I'd trim her up a notch in that brisket and just lean her up a notch there. But I think as you study how the rest of her ties together, that added flexibility and smoothness, and to me, body mass gives her the edge out here today. Young lady's heifer in second, man, this one has some intriguing pieces. She's big boned, she has some width, she's still pretty clean neck. I think for me, she's right on that threshold of getting just a notch rounder in her kind. Maybe not quite there yet, but she's pushing it because you see she doesn't hook in quite as neatly in her shoulder blade as her class winner. Although I do prefer her condition. I'll be the first to tell you I like that freshness in her a little better. She don't have that body mass or that smoothness we find from her shoulders back compared to her class winner. Young lady's heifer in third. This gray heifer has some nice pieces to her. She's one that's big in her rib cage. She's a big boned heifer. She's one, I think, as you peel back the condition on her, you can really like to change her up a little bit. She gets off in terms of her balance. The deepest part of her is her chest. I'd like to change her up in her structure, particularly on those hind two. She wants to kind of roll in and get a little shallow on that outside heel. You'd like to see her flex and reach and move more squarely. From there, I think this young man's black heifer, yeah, she's a little plainer in her kind, but she out-travels the ones behind her in terms of structural soundness. She's one that's level in her top line, a decent kind of heifer, not as highly presented as some, but a heifer there that has some good. Young lady's black and white heifer, you know, you like the cleanness and neck in her. This is a heifer that, to me, has some length of side. You know, I'm surprised for the heaviness of bones she has. I thought she'd have a little more width as you get in behind her. To me, just like to freshen her up a bit all the way through, see her travel out with more flex there at her ankle. Young lady's black heifer coming out next. You know, as big-backed as any of them. This heifer has some dimension to her, and to me, you can appreciate that. But with that, she needs to be more refined through her front end. You drop her down in that rear rib and flank and free her up on both ends. Then the heifer that wraps up the class. She's a clean-necked heifer that's long-sided, takes a long enough stride, just simply gets overwhelmed in terms of body mass dimension compared to that top group. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
And results from Class 18 Chianina heifers calved March, April 2022 in our blue ribbon group today. Kennedy Milady from Knox County, Lacey Schmidt, Nuckolls County, Allison Schaff from Phelps County, Jaden Neighbor from Seward County, a purple ribbon to Bailey Prince from Colfax County, second purple to Brittany Samuelson from Adams County, and first purple goes to Georgia Johnson from the Burt County 4-H program. We currently have a single entry in Class 19 in the ring, Wyatt Dunklow from Wayne County. Results from Class 17, second purple goes to Kuiper Vaughn, and first purple to Jackson Logan. Kuiper is from Phelps County, and Jackson is from Burt County. Following Class 19, we will return our first purples to the ring and select the champion Chianina heifer.
This young man brings a single entry out here, but I think you have one that could hold her own against plenty. I think this one, to me, just combines a lot of good. She's one that comes at us with some eye appeal and certainly catches your attention when she hits the ring. To me, still fresh in her condition. She's good in her body shape and width. I think structurally she's sure sound enough she goes. Just checks a lot of boxes in my mind and puts together a lot of pluses. Really solid and ought to be competitive out here in the drive.
And in Class 19, Wyatt Dunklow receives a first purple. We will now bring our first purples back from Classes 17, 18, and 19. Representing Class 17, first purple, Jackson Logan from Burt County. In Class 18, first purple goes to Georgia Johnson. And your first purple from Class 19, Wyatt Dunklow from Wayne County.
Well, as we get out here in our key dry, really high quality. I mean, we've got good first place and good seconds there out of the respective classes. Our May heifer calf that came out here in that particular class, just one that puts together a really fresh look, nice and attractive there. I think she's a female that has some bone work and some width to her. You know, just some of the things you might tweak on her. You'd soften her up just a little bit in that flank. Hopefully that'll come with some age. My biggest thing on her is I just like to free her up a nickel on that hock and just see her get out and stride, just a nickel more relaxed. But, man, when she stands, young man does a great job getting the stick on her and getting her pulled together. Young lady's apron right next to the lineup. I mean, a ton of cow power and mass to this one. Huge in her rib cage, extremely sound and flexible on the go. I love those parts about her because, you know, that mass and the length she has maybe doesn't hold together quite as well in terms of her chest and right in behind her shoulder. On the stride, she pulls it together, and I can appreciate that. But I would be the first to tell you, and I mentioned it in class, we'd still like to trim her up a notch in that brisket. Awfully nice heifer that's second to her in that class as well. Young man spotted heifer that came out of that last class, the February. To me, she combines a lot of the heifers in front of her. To me, she's one that's still fresh in her condition, has a nice up-headed look. There's enough body mass and probably as much natural width in her as any out here in the drive, and certainly acceptable on her feet and legs. So again, a very competitive group here. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll show you your champions.
Congratulations, your reserve champion, Key Heifer, is exhibited by Georgia Johnson from Burt County and comes out of Class 18. And Wyatt Dunclow from Wayne County exhibits your champion, Key Heifer. Congratulations. We are now moving into our balancer breeding beef classes, starting with Class 20. A single entry today by Carson Brooks from Otoe County. Following this class, I will hand our mic over to the judge, who will talk out his reasons, and I will be back to give reasons following the end of Class 23.
So we get started here in our balancer show. Carson brings out a nice little February heifer calf, and one for me, I think this one has a lot of upside. You study her, she's attractive in her look. She's sound on her feet and legs. I think, you know, even being green in condition, which she should be at this age, you see some natural width and body shape in her. So again, I think a nice little heifer calf there at the bright future. Good luck with her, Carson. Just a single entry here in this March class, and a really attractive pattern one that kind of catches your eye. Really feminine about her neck, really clean up through that front end and comes at you attractive in her top line. I think structurally she's certainly acceptable there. You'd just like to maybe see a little more of her, a little more body, a little more width all the way through, but one that has a very high quality look from the side. So we get out here in this class, two nice heifers for me. The young lady's heifer leads off. Just a little more stoutness to her and still combines that with some style. But I think you definitely see just a wider-chested, bolder-centered, thicker-made kind of a female here that comes at you just a shot more to her all the way through, even her bone work. And then we turn them to the side, and you like the fact she's pretty up in terms of her neck attachment. Comes good in her top line. You know, she's not quite as flexible as this heifer in second, but I think she's certainly adequate. The heifer in second, I love the flexibility and soundness of this one. You couldn't ask one to be better footed and get out in stride. She has some length. Like I said, I'd just like to see a little more of her, just stouten her up a notch all the way through. But I like that structural foundation underneath her. Young lady does a nice job presenting her out here in the ring.
And just a little bit of a recap on our balancer breeding beef classes. From Class 20, first purple to Carson Brooks from Otoe County. From Class 21, first purple to Brindley Alber from Webster County. Just finishing Class 22, second purple went to Kinley Eckhoff from Hamilton County, and first purple to Keisha Alber of Webster County. And currently we are in Class 23, a single entry today by Jaylee Pope from Buffalo County. Following Class 23, we will bring those first purples back in for the selection of your champion balancer heifer. After our balancer classes, we will be moving right into our Hereford and Polled Hereford breeding beef classes.
I think this heifer wasn't wanting to wait to hear me talk about her. I think that was the deal she was going on. But young lady brings a single an entry out here, and a female gives you a really nice look from the side. I think very extended and clean made. I love those parts about her. Sounding up on her feet and legs and the way she goes. She is one, you know, as you study her, you might like to see just a little more mass all the way through. I would like to see her maybe just showing a little more calf even though I know she's not supposed to calve in November, being October, she could just have a little more drop through that rear rib and flank yet, but a very high quality female. I think as we get out here in this breed drive, again, you got quality all the way through from our heifer calf, who I think has a bright future ahead of her. Really a neat-looking little female here, Carson has, and I think you're going to have a lot of fun with her, bud. So give her some TLC at home, and best of luck with her. Young ladies heifer out of the second class. As I stated there, you like the attractiveness of this one. Gives you a nice look from the side. I'd just like to see a little more of her, a little more drop through that heart and through her center rib. Just give her a notch more mass. And then we get the heifer right behind her in the lineup. That, to me, kind of corrects that. Combines a nice look in terms of just top side smoothness. She does that awfully well. But this is the one in the lineup combines that with a little more correct rib cage in my mind in terms of her heart, her center body back through her flank. I think she sure has more width as you step in behind her. Is she just 100 in terms of her structure? You would like to tweak that hawk just a little bit in her usage, but I think she's sure sound enough in my mind. Then we get the oldest heifer, as I just stated. You like that attractive look she has. She's smooth, sound enough on her feet and legs. I'd still like to see maybe her just having a shot more through that rear rib and flank and appearing a little further along in terms of gestation. I think a quality female. Again, very nice lineup here in our Balancer show. Let's give these kids a hand, and I'll go select your champion.
And congratulations to your champion balancer heifer. The champion balancer comes out of class 22 and is exhibited by Keisha Alber of Webster County. We'll now pull the second purple back into the lineup, exhibited by Kinley Eckhoff from Hamilton County. And again in the ring now, we are selecting the champion balancer heifer. We've selected champion, and now we have moved on to reserve. Representing class 1, we have our first purple, Carson Brooks. Class 21, our first purple goes to Brinley Alber. We've now pulled in the second purple from class 22, Kinley Eckhoff, and our first purple from class 23, Jaylee Pope. Congratulations, your reserve champion balancer heifer comes out of class 22 and is exhibited by number 460, Kinley Eckhoff from Hamilton County. Congratulations. And right outside the gate, we are lined up and ready to go. Jumping into our Hereford and Polled Hereford breeding beef classes. Our first class today is a single entry class. Austria Adams from Nance County with a heifer calf September-October 2022.
So we get out here with the single entry in our Hereford show. Young lady September heifer calf. One here that to me has a lot of good, really sound on her feet and legs, gets out and goes like you'd wish her to. I think with that, an ample amount of body and width for her age. You know, as we look at her on the profile, I like her levelness from the point of her shoulder back through her pin set. I would like to raise her up just a little bit in terms of her chest and lower shoulder there, just to give her a little more balanced look through that front third. But I think a sure nice heifer calf here does a nice job presenting her out here in the ring. Well, as we get out here in this class, young ladies heifer to me gets here pretty quick. That's one that gives you a nice look from the side, combines that with just more stoutness to her. There's just a little more shape and body width to her comparatively that one in second. You like the added width she has out through her hip. We turn her to the side, and really from her hook bone forward, everything ties together really good. You like the neatness up through her front end. She's a big-boned heifer. Wants to drop her pin just a little bit on the stride, but I think sure a nice one there that's highly presented. Young man's heifer in second. You like the flexibility and reach she has. I think she's a long-sided one that's extended and smooth in her makeup. You would like to maybe just see a little more stoutness in her all the way through. Get in behind her. Really wants to flatten up and taper to her base. I'd just like to see a little more umph there. Trim her up a notch in that brisket. Well, we get out in this class, and I think you got a pretty commanding winner that kind of rolls in here and gets your attention. And although not perfect, I think awfully good. Young man brings her in here. Just to me, real Kai in her kind. I love the body mass and shape. I like the fact I think she's sure sound enough on her feet and legs and has some width and dimension. We turn her to the side. There's still some length and proportion in her. She's maybe not as high in her neck set or her chest as some. I think it still ties in her good. I like her head. We read on back. We see, you might like to make her teats a little more uniform in size, but not going to be picky on one that comes out here fresh and good rig, does a nice job presenting her. From there, 2 and 3, gets a little tighter. Young lady's heifer in second, gets there because of soundness. I think this is probably as sound and moving heifer as there is in the class in terms of foot shape and flexibility and go. A heifer that has some length to her. I'd like to see just a nickel more heart and body mass in this one if I'm going to move her up any higher, because she does have a little more crest over the top side of her neck. I can live with that if we've got just a little more center dimension in her today, but that's where you just like to change her. Hopefully as she gets heavier with calf, some of that will come. You do like her feet and legs as she goes. Young man's dark red heifer on the stand. I thought this one might be certainly in contention because you do like the neatness she has in her top line. I think she's fresh in terms of her presentation out here and has some dimension to her. However, you get to studying her when she gets down the go. She wants to get a little rounder and straighter up through that shoulder, turns the angle to her shoulder, and I'd like to change her on those hind two. She gets to hawking in, gets a little more tentative there, the way she comes to the ground. But I think on the stand, that's a nice female there. Young lady's heifer coming out next. I think just a meat and potatoes kind, one you can like for having some body. She has some bone and some extension, just not maybe any of the extras in terms of look or profile. She's a little deep up through her chest as well, not quite as refined and neat about that front third of her body, and one you'd lay back in her shoulder and knee. Young lady's heifer coming around the corner next. Another one that comes at us pretty smooth in her top line. I like the fact she has some spring through her center rib. She is one for me, though. The deepest part of her is her chest floor. I'd like to drop her down through that rear rib and flank, see her get out and reach just a little easier on the front, too. Young man's heifer coming around the corner now. Dandy, a little showman here. One that gets out and flexes and reaches and takes a nice long stride. However, you step in behind her, she just flattens and narrows up too much for me to climb any higher in the class today. You got the young lady's heifer coming around the corner now. One that just gets there because I think there's just more of her in terms of mass and weight per day of age than that heifer that follows her in class, but gets a little coarser about her head and neck. Not quite as attractive there. Then the heifer that wraps up the class. I think a really long-strided, big-footed, flexible kind of a female here. One that just gets too restricted in terms of her body type and her performance. Let's give them a round of applause on a competitive group.
And a recap of classes 24 and 25. First purple in class 24 was Osprey Adams of Nance County. In class 25, second purple goes to Jackson Snell of Webster County. And first purple to Carly Coulterman from Seward County. And then following up with class 26 in our blue ribbon group, Emery Bowman from York County, Rowan Bowman, York County, Tragan Strahans, Fillmore County, Ellie Heinrichs, Thayer County, Kason Drews from Saunders County, and a purple ribbon for Graydon Forbes from Buffalo County, second purple to Abby Stahlbaumer from Custer County, and first purple in class 26 goes to Jackson Wright from Wheeler County. We have two more classes today in our Hereford heifer selections. Class 27 Hereford yearling heifers, calved January, February 2022. 5 entries in class 27, and we'll follow it up with a single entry in class 28. And then we will move on to select our champion and reserve champion Hereford heifers.
Well, we get out here in this class, and young ladies, heifer leads off. She just kind of blows them out of the water in this particular bunch. But in her own right, that's a good heifer. That's one that kind of catches your eye for doing a lot of things right. She's a big-footed heifer. She's sound enough on her feet and legs. You like the freshness and the combination of body shape and type with no extra waist. Has some genuine wit to her. When we turn her to the side, still proportional and balanced. You know, not as refined about her head as some, but I think still certainly acceptable there. Just puts together a lot of good pieces with some length and overall look. From there, I think it gets a little tougher in what you can find and sorting through these. For me, the young man's heifer in second, I just like her added length she has. It's a big-footed heifer. It's pretty flexible in the way she goes. I'd be the first to tell you I'd like to see her more refined about her shoulder, head, and neck there. But that is one I think has some overall extension to her, and her soundness gets her there in the second hole. Young man's heifer in third. From her shoulder back, you like her levelness of top line. You like her levelness from hooks to pins. She's a little straight through that front end, a little coarse about her head and neck, and one you'd like to just see her with a shot more width as you get in behind her. And I think you come with the two heifers that wrap up the class. Both certainly suitable in terms of foot size and flexibility, length of side as well. Just like to stouten them up a notch all the way through if we're going to move them up any higher in this class.
Results of Class 27 Hereford Yearling Heifers, January, February 2022. Receiving blue ribbons today: Ella Graff from Stanton County, Alexandria Huwalt from Pierce County, Zephyr Mowinkle, Hall County, and Jackson Drews from Saunders County. And your first purple in Class 28, Class 27 goes to Chesney Prince from Cumming County.
Well, single entry here in our fall particular class, and what a unique creature. I think this one has some unique parts to her, and we'll get to talking about the good in her. I think she's one that is very long necked. She's one that with that has some body shape, some dimensions you step in behind her. Structurally, you know, pretty long strided and flexible in the way she goes. Could she transition better from her neck, shoulder into her forerib? That's where I'd tweak on this one. But she is so unique and outlierish in terms of kind of what she brings, just very intriguing there. You would like to see her dialed up a little bit in terms of her gestation relative to her age. She could be popping a little more udder at this age. But again, one there has some length, some dimension, and some very uniqueness in terms of her parts and what she brings to the ring today. Let's give him a hand.
Okay, in our Hereford Heifer show here, we're at Champion Hereford Heifer out of Class 1. Would be Austria Adams. Out of Class 2, Carly Coulterman. Class 3, Jackson Wright. Class 4, Chesney Prince. And Class 5, Landon Lineman. Going for, this will be Champion Hereford Hereford heifer. If you've joined us late, I guess it says on there our judge for today is Blake Nelson. He's currently the CEO of the American Mainland Jew Association. Blake grew up in the cattle business, and I feel like the state fair is very lucky to have him. He coached the judging team at Connor State College for a long time in Oklahoma, and brings a wealth of knowledge, and has probably judged, I would say, most everywhere in the country on a national level, and very, very capable individual. Here's Blake.
Well, I think as we get out here for champion Hereford female, really intriguing lineup to me. A lot of good in each one of these, and maybe not a perfect one, but I think every one of them, to me, have those kind of qualities that you would love to have in a herd to breed with, because there's lots of great pieces. Starting with their heifer calf, that's sure a nice one. I think she's sound enough on her feet and legs. I think that one's good in terms of her body type and her width. You know, hopefully she'll grow into just a little bit of that front end. And if that happens, I think that young lady's going to have a lot of fun. Young lady out of the second class, as I stated in class, this heifer right here, man, from her hook bone forward, she's intriguing. She is up-headed, got a cool look, has some dimension to her, some bone work. I'd like to change her in her pin set and the way she handles that hind leg a little bit on the move. But on the stand, she gets her put together awfully well, and certainly a contender in the drive. Young man's heifer out of the next class, just Callie in her kind. She's big-ribbed, she's sound structured. She's one, to me, has some smoothness in her top line, has some extension, maybe not just quite as just chiseled through that front third of her body as some, and that's where you might change her. But I think that's sure a nice female, and I'd be the first to tell you I'd like to shorten her up just a little bit in those front teats. The next heifer in the lineup, young lady's heifer there, the lighter red one, just real solid. I think this one's sound on her feet and legs. She's good in terms of her body type and her width. Probably as true right in behind her shoulder as any out here in the drive. In terms of balance, she proportions well. She's not as just feminine-headed as some, but I think that one's awfully nice from there back and puts together a lot of pluses. Then we get to her older bred heifer, and as I just stated, that's a unique creature, and I appreciate that because she is one that's, to put that kind of neck in one, that width, that length, is awfully good, but does she hold together quite as well? On the move, she doesn't. When she stops, he does an awesome job getting her head pulled up and getting her pulled back together. So she's certainly a player out here to have that kind of quality and that kind of usefulness. I think as we get out here for our champion, I feel very comfortable where I'm going there. Reserve gets a little tighter. I think for me, the heifer that just puts together the most pluses with the least toes young lady right in front of me is going to be our champion. Let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations to Chesney Prince. She exhibits your champion Hereford heifer for the 2023 Nebraska State Fair. This heifer comes out of class 27. Our judge is now evaluating, looking for our reserve champion Hereford heifer. And congratulations, your reserve champion heifer is exhibited by Jackson Wright from Wheeler County and comes out of class 26. We'll now move into our main Anjou breeding beef classes. We do have 3 classes today of mains. Starting with a single entry in class number 29 by Blake Mueller of Lancaster County.
So we get started here in the main show. A young man brings a May out here, and you see one that gives you an attractive look from the side. I think she's one that flexes and reaches okay. I'd be the first to tell you I'd like to drop her down, just give her more body to match up with the rest of her. I think a heifer there that has some good in terms of just her feet and legs and her overall extension. we get out here in this class, I think particularly these top two heifers are awfully good, and there's some trade-offs in the cattle. But I'll just tell you what I see in them. For me, the young lady's heifer leads off. She has an advantage when she gets out on the stride. I think she handles her hind leg and her hip a little more level and correctly as she goes, particularly her pin set there, and even moving up out of her shoulder. I think she's better there. But one that's real clean in terms of condition. You like the neatness of her neck, the smoothness in her top line. You know, the heifer in second does have just a shot more width and shape to her, and I appreciate that. But I like that extra correctness through her hip and hind leg to give this young lady the advantage. Young lady's heifer in second, as I just stated. You like that boldness of center, the dimension she has. She's a big boned heifer as well. Just a little more roundness through that lower shoulder. Not quite as neat and attractive in the way she handles that hip and hind leg. Although she takes a pretty long stride, it could just be a little more flexible and freer there the way she goes out of her upper skeleton. The young man's heifer in third, I mean, this is a breeding piece. Just huge in terms of her rib cage. You like the dimension she has. For me, though, just gets a lot coarser as we study her up through her shoulder, her tail head there, and the way she handles that. You'd like to smooth her up and maybe trim her up a little bit in terms of condition. Come out here in a nice single entry here in our February class. You find another female that does a good job combining some look, I think with a good enough structure as she goes, but some extension there. You like the fact she comes back and has some depth through that rib cage dimension. You know, just a little bigger in terms of her hock and tail head. I think still handles it pretty good. Just a really nice one there that puts together a lot of upside. As we get out here for our champion main, really pleased with the quality of the lineup. You know, not a huge show, but sure some nice heifers out here. You know, the young man's youngest heifer out here, he's circling out now. She's one, you know, you can appreciate in terms of having a nice stride turn, some extension, but really when you get to studying her in terms of just shoulders, back, and overall mass, she kind of loses out to the remaining heifers out here. The young lady's heifer, she's pulling her up there and now in the middle, the wide-flanked heifer. This one comes at us really level and square on the profile, a nice up-headed look. She's fresh in terms of her condition. I think when you watch her structurally, she certainly handles them good enough. just puts together, in my mind, a lot of upside. Young ladies heifer out of the oldest class. I just stated I like that extra drop she has to her rib cage, some extension. She ties in really good at her shoulder. I'd like to just smooth her out a notch in terms of that tail head and hock, but I think she is one that has a lot of good to her. And again, one that comes at us in terms of condition in really good shape. So again, a competitive lineup here. For me, the young lady's white flanked heifer out of the middle is going to be our breed champ. Let's give her a hand.
And champion main end ewe heifer exhibited by Hadley Dunclow, Wayne, Nebraska. Moving in for second is Nyla Ruda from Dodge County.
So we get out here for reserve. Really a tough decision in my mind. We bring the second out of that class, and this heifer comes out here just really one that has a lot of mass to her, body shape and dimension and bone work to her. I think as we turn her to the side, still handles it pretty good, and structurally she didn't have quite the neatness we found in her class winner, but just so much in terms of just, to me, power and cow power and still having enough refinement. I'm going to go ahead and give her the edge today. She'll be our reserve breed. Let's give her a hand.
And your reserve champion main end ewe heifer exhibited by Naya Ruda from Dodge County.
A purple ribbon to Cooper Lindstrom from Phelps County. Second purple to Naya Ruda.
Okay, entering the ring now will be our first class of maintainer breeding heifers. These heifers are born in February of 2023. We get two head in the first class.
Start off the maintainer show. Man, two dandy little heifer calves here. I think both of them are really good, and time will tell. But for me out here today, I think the young lady's heifer just has some advantages, particularly in her hip, the way she handles her tail head and her hind leg on the move. I like the levelness, the smoothness of her tail head, but this one is extended. and still with that kind of extension, I mean, for her age, has some width to her. I think that one's awfully nice and has a really bright future. Not to take anything away from this young man's heifer in second. I think that's a good little heifer calf. Man, she is just killer in terms of her neck set, the way it comes out of the top of her shoulder. I like the fact she has some bone and width too, but you can see that. She don't handle that hip and that tail head quite as neatly as our class winner. But hey, if she grows into some of that and just keeps coming on, that could sure get flopped in time. Nice heifer calf there in second. But we get out here with the single entry in the September class, and man, a little heifer here. You just love her from her shoulder back. Just love that huge rib cage in her, the way it drops in her heart, the way she carries it through her center body, back through her flank, and no extra waist. I mean, that's real body depth and mass there, one with some width and some bone, plants an attractive hip and hind leg, and balances from the side. You know, I think you all could see, too. You'd like to just trim her up ever so slightly through that neck and front end a little bit. I think that's still a high-quality female there that has balance and combines that with some true utility in terms of production and cow. Good job, bud. Really high-quality pair of heifers here in this specific class. You could have plenty against them, and I think they'd still rise to the top. For me, the young lady star-faced heifer, just some things you like about her. I think she's just a little more elevated in her front end and maintains a little more levelness there in her top line. You like the extension she has through that neck and the look she gives you from the side. I think she's a big-boned heifer. She's more correct in her front leg structure, the way she handles it there. You do like those parts about her. I'd be the first to tell you you might flex her just a little better in her ankle and hock, and that's where the heifer in second, I think, has an edge. I like the way this one handles her hind legs. She's so long-bodied, it's kind of hard for her to step her track, but you can see she wants to just roll a little more forward, that shoulder and knee than ideal, and that's where you tune on her. Both fresh and highly presented. Kids do a nice job, but I like that extra soundness through that one's front end to give her the edge today. Let's give those kids a hand, please.
And recapping classes 32 through 34. Second purple in class 32 goes to Blake Mueller from Lancaster County. First purple to Brinkley Benish from Boone County. In class 33, single entry, Garrett Scholes from Phelps County receives a purple. And in class 34, second purple goes to Jace Prince from Colfax County. And first purple to Oakley Jelinek from Polk County. We now have class 35 entering the ring, one of our larger classes today. 9 entries in class 35. Class 35 consists of maintainer yearling heifers calved March, April 2022. And if anyone in our beef show today is missing a pair of sunglasses, we do have a pair of sunglasses turned into the announcer's stand here. Come and see me to claim your sunglasses. If not, I have lost my sunglasses and I will be claiming yours. And with Class 35 in the ring, that means we are halfway through our breeding beef show today, and we definitely want to make sure to thank all of the help from behind the scenes. Our ring check-in today, Jamie Ankrum, Nebraska Extension Educator in Richardson County, and Sydney Williams, Nebraska Extension Assistant in Thurston County. Working our gate today, Aaron Schultz, who's a Saunders County volunteer, Nathan Heyman, a Nebraska Extension Assistant at the Eastern Nebraska Research and Extension Center, and Ruth Woywode, and I apologize, I know I mispronounced that, Assistant Professor at UNL Animal Science. Our blow and go checker today, Emily Soul, Nebraska Extension Educator from Hamilton and Merritt counties. Our arena stewards, who are definitely getting their steps in today for sure, Brandy Vanderwall from Nebraska Extension Educator in Fillmore County, and Alexis Schmidt, who's a Nebraska Extension Assistant in Fillmore County. And our great data team of Jesse Mullendor, who's our Nebraska Extension State 4-H staff. Our ringmen today, again, are from the UNL Livestock Judging Team, coached by Mr. Blaine French. And, of course, our superintendents, Ashley Benish, Nebraska Extension Educator and statewide 4-H and Youth Development Coordinator, who's on UNL East Campus. Steve Pritchard, Nebraska Extension Educator, Boone and Nance counties. And Caitlin Kennedy, the Nebraska Extension Educator in Richardson County. And as we move through our classes today, we will be selecting our overall grand champion heifer and reserve champion heifer and the third overall heifer at the conclusion of the show this evening. So stick around to make sure you don't miss the selection of your overall grand champion, reserve champion, and third place breeding heifer.
What an interesting class to sort, and I would tell you there's good heifers all through this lineup. We got a little differences in shapes and sizes. I do feel like the two, and particularly the one I landed on, feel awfully good about. They just are a little more my kind. Young man's heifer leads off. You know, she gets there. I think structure is one thing that sorts her in terms of her foot size and good enough usage of her joints and her stride. But we come on up from there, and we find a good body shape, enough balance and look. I think she does plan a more attractive hind leg than the heifer right behind her. You know, this heifer right here, she's not as maybe goosenecked as some, but I think there's a lot of cow and utility in that one, and does that with some style. I don't want to make her plain she's not that, because I think she still presents herself awfully well out here. Young ladies, Brockle-faced heifer in second. Good job, buddy. She gets there because I think she's a lot that same kind. She's a moderate, big-ribbed one that's bold in her center body, has some width as you get in behind her. I like her up-headed look as well. This one flexes and reaches better than the heifer behind her. I'd like to give her just a shot more bone to match up with her body, and I think that would help her overall balance. That's where you might change her. That's where I think the heifer that wins the class has an advantage, because on the stand you see the femininity and still the width and shape. Young lady's heifer in third, you know, she's just bigger in her kind. She's bigger everywhere. This is a stout-made heifer that's got a lot of shape and dimension to her. Still combines that with some proportion and look. For me, I'd just like to see her get out and motor more easy. If she motors a little better, she probably wins the class for me today, because there is such mass there and still does it in a proportional look. But you can see that on her hind leg. She's got to flex and reach and go a little better, but a high-quality female. The young man's heifer coming around the corner now. That's another one. I think as a senior yearling, this one gets bred up. She could make it awfully tough on him because she has some intriguing pieces. This is a long-strided, easy-moving kind of a female that's feminine up through her front end, has a nice look. When he gets her stopped, she throws her head up. She gives you a nice look on the profile. I'll be the first to tell you I'd open her up in her forerib, give her a shot more flank if we're going to move her up any higher in the class today. But I think that's sure one that has some quality. Not to take away anything from the roan heifer coming out next. This one's solid. Got a nice look from the side, pretty level in her lines. You can see there she could flex and reach a little better off both ends. She does that. She starts playing a little higher in the class. Young lady's bald-faced heifer coming out next. A heifer you appreciate for having some boldness of her rib cage. She certainly has some dimension to her. For me, this one rolls up just a little more shoulder, a little more opened up about the way she ties that shoulder. When she gets out and goes to, maybe moves out with just a little extra set to that hawk. Not as quite as attractive the way she sets it down there. I think a good kind of heifer that's highly presented. Young lady's heifer coming out next. This is a good heifer, maybe not carrying quite the condition and being show ready today, but I think this one's built right. She's got the right kind of look. Just gets overpowered a notch, but I think with a little TLC time, hair come on this winter, that one could look awfully nice. Young lady's heifer coming around the corner now. You like the bone work to her. This heifer, to me, has some length of stride. Just gets pretty green in terms of her rib cage and her heart there. Flank, you'd change her up there and make her more coordinated in terms of her hind leg. Then the young man that wraps up the class. This is a heifer that has some breeding value. She's long-sided. This one is big-backed and has some dimension to her. You'd like to drop her through that rear rib and flank. Just smooth her up a notch to that shoulder and chest if we're going to move her up any higher. Again, a highly competitive class. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
And ribbon placings in Class 35. In our blue ribbon group, Josie Wilson from Lincoln County, Natalia Schultz from Hall County, Annalyn Beach, Odo County, Logan Schmidt from Nuckolls County. Moving into the purple ribbon group, L.J. Wells from Wayne County, Addison Wilson, Adams County, J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County, second purple to Jaylee Halstead from Cumming County, and your first purple goes to Hayden Schroeder from Cumming County. Currently in the ring, class number 36, maintainer yearling heifers. Calf January, February 2022. We have 2 entries in this class, Ivy Johnson from Burt County and Adeline Cisco from Pawnee County.
Well, we get out here with this pair of heifers. I think both good heifers, just different in what they bring to the ring today. For me, the young lady's white underlined heifer, there's just more of her everywhere. And I think she still handles her structure good enough for the kind of mass she has. But a wide-based, bold-centered, thick-ended one here, just a little stouter built all the way through. And, still handles that pretty good in terms of tying in okay in that shoulder and her top line and how she gets out on the move. I'm going to be the first to tell you I'd still refine her some for me, but I can appreciate that overall look that she gives you. The young lady's heifer in second. I love the smoothness in her top line. I think she's more ideal in her condition. I like that about her. This heifer's sound enough up front. You just like to open her up in her heart and give her more center rib. That's where the big place you would change her, and I think even with that, she could track a little more squarely on those back two when she gets out on the move. Good pair of cattle there. Good job, kids.
Okay, let me get caught up a little bit for you in these maintainer heifers. The big class before that, class 35, the March-April class was won by Hayden Schroeder. Second to Jaylee Halstead. Third to J.C. Wolfinger. Fourth, L.J. Wells. Fifth place went to Addison Wilson. Sixth to Josie Wilson. Seventh went to Natalia Schultz. Eighth to Anna Lynn Beach. Ninth to Logan Schmidt. And I would love to, if anybody here just knows what anything are and they knew what the sires were, boys, send me a text, let me know. I'd love to tell you what they all are. We've got one single entry class here, Claire Ram, with a fall September 21 heifer. The class previous, class 36, was won by Adeline Cisco from Pawnee County. Second to Ivy Johnson.
To me, just a real useful kind of a female here in this single entry class. One you like in terms of her foot size and shape and soundness. I think she flexes and goes pretty good. You like her in terms of her body type. You look at her udder there, nice and refined in her teat size. I appreciate all those traits about her. So we turn her to the side. I'd be the first to tell you I'd just raise her up a little bit in that chest and set her back in her shoulder there in terms of the angle. I think that would help her maintain a little more levelness on the stride. I think from there back, a pretty solid kind of a female.
Okay, now coming in the ring will be the maintainer champion drive. Coming out of class 1 will be Brinkley Benish with a February of 23 heifer. Coming out of class 33, a single under heifer of Garrett Schultz's. He would be a fall of 22. Class number 34, the third one in the ring, would be Oakley Jelinek with a May of 22 heifer. Again, out of the March-April class, winning that class would be Hayden Schroeder. Would be the fourth one in line. Fifth one in line would be the young lady with a white-footed heifer that came. She would be a February heifer. That would be Adeline Cisco. And the last class that we just saw was the senior heifer, senior yearlings, and that would be Claire Ram with a September of 21 female. Again, Blake Nelson from Platte City, Missouri, sorting the cattle. After the mains, we will have Piedmontese, Red Angus, Shorthorns, and then enough Semitals to founder us all.
When we get out here for our champion maintainer, I think definitely one of my more competitive lineups of the day from a breed standpoint. Really pleased with the quality. I mean, starting with this little heifer calf, that's a dandy there. I think this little heifer, to me, has a lot of upside and just going to keep getting better and better. I think we move on down the lineup and run into some heat. For me, there's one of these females just really does a good job combining not only a quality look from the side, the right kind of femininity through her front end, does that with plenty of true width and true body mass. I think still is certainly acceptable when we get her out on the move. But just really, we get them stopped on the profile. She has the edge. I'm going to go select her in just a second. Before I do that, let's give these kids a big round of applause for our champion maintainer.
champion maintainer female would be exhibited by Oakley Jelinek out of class 34. Pulling in, that brings Jace Prince in contention for reserve.
There's a lot of good heifers out here. There's another heifer just hit me extremely well as far as being one that's practical in her build. Still maintains enough style, but I really like her in terms of her feet and legs, her body mass, and her shape. Young man right here out of class 4 will be reserve breed. Let's give him a hand.
And reserve out of class 4 would be Hayden Schroeder from Cumming County.
Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion maintainer heifers. Your reserve champion maintainer heifer is exhibited by Hayden Schroeder out of class 35. Hayden is from Cumming County. And your champion maintainer heifer goes to Ophi. Let's try all that again. And your champion maintainer heifer goes to Oakley Jelinek from Polk County. Congratulations. Moving on in our lineup today, our next class is our Piedmontese breeding beef class. We do have a single class today of Piedmontese breeding beef with 3 exhibitors, Kiera Hannerberg, Josie Hannerberg, and Kellen Schlichtman. The Hannerbergs are from Jefferson County, and Kellen Schlichtman is from Gage County.
So we get out here in our class of Piedmontese, and really nice lineup of heifers here. And for me, the young lady's heifer that leads off, she gets there pretty quick because I think this one combines maybe just a little more correctness in her skeleton, but does that with more definition there through her shoulder and forearm and back through her quarter. I appreciate that, but comes at you just a little sounder in terms of the way she handles her loin, her feet and legs. Young lady's heifer in second gets there because I think she does have a muscle advantage over that heifer in third. Just a really clean made, tight-hided kind of a female there. Just a little more correct in how she handles her hind leg, but I like that extra muscle shape she has. Young man's light yellow heifer there in third. One that comes at you just really long-sided. She's sound on her feet and legs. Maybe wants to hawk in a little bit. One that maybe just gets a notch plainer in her build compared to those top two cattle. Let's give them a round of applause. That also is our breed and reserve breed champion, Piedmont. Let's give them a round of applause.
And results of your Piedmontese class receiving a purple ribbon today. Kellen Schlichtman of Gage County. Your reserve champion Piedmontese goes to Josie Hinnerberg of Jefferson County. And your champion Piedmontese heifer goes to Kiera Hinnerberg of Jefferson County. Moving now into our Red Angus breeding beef classes. We do have two classes today of Red Angus breeding beef. Class 39. Red Angus yearling heifers, calved March, April 2022. We do have 3 entries. Kyler Plugi from Lancaster County, Dylan Shute of Pierce County, and Carissa Schweitzer of Seward County.
As you get out here in this class on the Red Angus show, boy, quite a class winner here. I think could run against plenty and still rise to the top. This heifer, in my mind, just does a nice job combining her quality look with some body shape and mass. You love the rib cage in this one, some dimension as well. And I think structurally still handles her feet and legs as well as anything in the class. Might tone her down just a lither bit in that tail head and smooth her out there, but awfully nice female. Young lady's heifer in second gets there because I think she does have an advantage in terms of just having more capacity and rib to her and still combine that with a shot more width as you get in behind her. You know, she's not quite as refined to that shoulder and neck as maybe that heifer right in front of her, and that's where you'd tweak on that one just a little bit and change her up in her hock. The young man's heifer in third. I like the smoothness and neatness she has back through her hip and tail head. This one for me just gets shallowed up a little bit through that rear rib and flank. You'd like to see her just softened up there and soften her up in the way she handles that hawk and pasture.
Results of Class 39 Red Angus breeding beef yearling heifers, calved March, April 2022. A blue ribbon to Dylan Shute from Pierce County. Second purple to Carissa Schweitzer from Seward County. And first purple to Kyler Plugi from Lancaster County. We now have our second and largest class of Red Angus breeding beef entering the ring. 7 entries in Class 40. Following this class, we will select your champion and reserve champion Red Angus heifer.
Well, we get out in this class and certainly some interesting things to see, but good cattle. These top two heifers, I think, are awfully good. For me, the young man's heifer we lead off with, I think thinking about their age and what you see just a little more natural body shape and rib to her. You like the springy rib, the width behind her. This one has a nice up-headed look from the side. Really attractive front third of her body, her chest forward, the way it comes up into her. You know, I'd be the first to tell you, I'd just smooth her up a notch in that tail, head, and hock, but gets out and flexes and reaches. Young man's heifer in second. This is a good heifer. It looks like, unfortunately, she might have got prematurely bred because she's already making a pretty decent little bag there. But that is a level-lined heifer there that's smoothing her shoulder, good in terms of her feet and legs. She's certainly correct there. But just, you know, to me, again, you got to consider there's got to be maybe a calf in there that's a little further along than it should be. So you take that in consideration. Maybe not quite as much true body mass as our class winner, but I think a good heifer. I don't want to dog on that one. I wish him the best of luck with her and how things turn out. The young man's heifer in third, that's one I think is sure nice as well. She's one that's got a nice up-headed look. I like her in terms of her dimension as you step in behind her, her spring of rib. This one for me does want to get a little deeper in her chest and roll up in her shoulder some. We'd smooth her up a notch there, just neaten her up in the way her tail head lays in her and how she handles that hock and hind leg on the stride. Young lady's heifer coming out next. I love the length of side, the body mass, and dimension of this one. This heifer just doesn't come in quite as attractive in terms of her chest and brisket down through there, the way she handles her loin and tail head. Young man's coming, heifer coming around the corner now. Another one you can appreciate for being sound, structured, and big-bodied. Just to me, a little deep up through that shoulder and front end. Not quite as attractive on the profile, and it reads a notch flatter as you step in behind her. From there, you got two cattle that wrap up the class. You can appreciate for having some soundness and length to them. Just to me, read a notch plainer on the profile. Not quite that dimension and shape we find in the top crew of cattle. Let's give those kids a round of applause on a very competitive class.
And as we bring our first purples back into the room, into the ring, I'd like to give you the results from Class 40. Blue ribbons today for Jack Mallander from Nance County, Dylan Wendell, Gosford County, Lily Fearson, Dixon County. Purple ribbons for Kenyon Plugi from Lancaster County, and Carly Mallander from Nance County. Second purple to Waylon Ruda from Dodge County, and first purple to Kyler Plugi from Lancaster County. We now have the first purple from Class 39 belonging to Kyler Plugi, as well as Kyler's first purple from Class 40 in the ring to compete for your champion Red Angus heifer.
Well, as we get out here in our Red Angus drive, again, some awfully good class winners and seconds over here to my left. I think we look at our two class winners and just go back and forth. I think both heifers that are similar in terms of maybe their body shape, and you call that a push, and then we look and see how they're put together. I do think the younger heifer probably handles her hock and her hip just a little better, and her tailhead and the way it comes in her. I like that about her. I like the freshness and the extension of that heifer, the older heifer, and I think there's some give and take. But I think when it comes down to it for me, I'm going to go ahead and use this younger heifer for our breed champion. Let's give him a round of applause, please. We bring in the second place out of that class. As I stated earlier in that particular trio, this one got into second because of her body shape and dimension. Just wasn't quite as attractive off either end compared to our class winner there. Real quickly, I'm going to go the other older heifer here. I think another high-quality female that came out of a competitive class.
And both the Grand and Reserve Red Angus heifers go to Kyler Plug from Lancaster County.
And congratulations today, Kyler Plugi. Kyler exhibits your champion and reserve champion Red Angus heifers. Your reserve champion comes from
I do know the champion heifer came, I believe, from the Linthicum program, and the reserve champion was one that the young man raised himself. So you got quite a bit to be proud of.
Eisenhower from Knox, Cole Bruce from Howard County, and Keegan Holen from Pierce County.
Well, as we start off the Shorthorn show, certainly some difference in type and kind here as we lead off, and not only age, but boy, she don't like that microphone. Good job, Cowboy. Young man's white heifer we lead off with. I think she's one of the youngest ones out here, and still I think she's one of the best ones. If you're just reading quality and looking at good, I think that one, as you project her out when she gets the age of some of the older ones, I think she'll definitely could beat them for sure even then. But she does today, because this one gives you a nice up-headed look, and she does that with a shot more bone, a shot more rib shape and dimension to her than the heifer right behind her. But I really like that neck set. She catches your attention. I think she does that on adequate structural correctness there. Young man's dark red heifer in second. That's a nice heifer, but you got a good showman on her that gets the most out of her, too. I think one that's a little bigger in her kind. She's smooth in her makeup, good in her top line. Doesn't have quite that bone. Gets a notch frailer in the way she comes to the ground compared to our class winner. But I like her more attractive hip and hind leg set over the roan heifer in third. This roan heifer in third, man, she's thick for her age. She's clean necked, and I love those parts about her. But I'd be the first to tell you I'd like to level her up and lengthen her out from hooks to pins. See her handle that hind leg just a little more, to me, just a little more accurate when she goes. She's still wanting to fight the halter and kind of swing those hocks around. I think a good little heifer there. Young man's roan heifer coming out next. Another one that gets there. You like her weight per day of age. You like her body shape and dimension. Just reads a notch down chested for me, a little plain in terms of her profile. I'd like to see her more attractive. Young lady's redneck roan heifer coming out next. Really clean neck, ultra long and smooth in her top line. Just extremely green, her rib cage yet and narrow. Hopefully when groceries come along, that one could come together because she does have a nice look from the side, and I wish her the best of luck with that one.
And results of Class 41 Shorthorn breeding heifers. Blue ribbons today to Peyton Eisenhower from Knox County and Keegan Holen from Pierce County. A purple ribbon for Paisley White from Douglas Sarpy County. Second purple to Cole Bruce from Howard County. First purple to Kinsley White from Douglas Sarpy County. Currently in the ring, Class 42, a single entry by Caitlin Bruce from Howard County.
We get this young lady single entry and find a heifer on the stand. You can really appreciate a nice look in this one. One that combines that, I think, with some dimension as well and some body shape. You know, comes to the ground, maybe just a nickel straighter off both ends. You'd like to see her just flex and reach a little easier there. But like I said, on the stand, you like the attractive quality look she has and the fact she combines that with some stoutness as well.
In Class 42, first purple goes to Caitlin Bruce from Howard County. Now entering the ring, Class 43, single entry, Lily Chevalier from Lancaster County.
Young lady brings a lone entry here in the May class and find a really sound, structured, easy-moving kind of a heifer here. I like her in terms of her foot shape and use of her joints there. I think a long-sided heifer. She is one for me, maybe gets a little off in terms of her balance. You can tell she's just a little deeper in the way her neck ties in her and looks a little jammed up. You'd stretch her out there, and I'd still like to come back and just drop a little more mid-ribbon flank in that one. But I do appreciate her on the stride.
And in Class 43, first purple to Lily Chevalier from Lancaster County. Class 44 entering the ring. 3 entries, Kyson Gaina, Lancaster County, J.C. Stutzman, Seward County, and Haley Eisenhower, Knox County.
Well, I think a very interesting top pair here, but both good cattle to me. When you set them in motion, that's what sorts them, because this young lady's red heifer here, I think, definitely handles that hind leg more coordinated, more correct in terms of her structure. You watch her hawk, you watch her set feet, she's just better there. And I think still with that, this heifer comes pretty true out of the side of her shoulder. You like her smoothness in her top line. She's good in terms of her hip and her hind leg. The way she handles it is well going away. She's not quite as neat-necked as the heifer in second. This heifer in second, to me, on the stand, from her underline up, I probably would use her because I think she is a little longer necked, and I think she is wider as you get in behind her. But you guys can see as well as I can, when she gets out on the stride, really gets a little tighter and rolls that hawk out, I'd like to see her just freed up, see her get out and go with a little more freedom. Young lady's heifer here in third, a long-sided one, a heifer here that has some bone to her, length of stride, just gets out horse, gets a little plainer compared to those top two heifers.
Results of Class 44. Blue ribbon today to Haley Eisenhower from Knox County. Second purple to Kyson Gaina from Lancaster County. And first purple to J.C. Stutzman from Seward County. Two more classes of shorthorn breeding beef today. Class 45 shorthorn yearling heifers. Calf January, February 2022. Two entries, Aubrey Jensen, Pierce County, and Caden Holland, also from Pierce County.
As we get out in this class, go ahead and follow her, bud. I think two heifers here that have some trade-offs for me, though. The dark red heifer, just so much more of her. I think just more cow power as you study this one. She's a wider-based heifer, certainly bigger in her rib cage and has more dimension throughout. Some more substance of bone as well. We stop her on the profile here. Still proportions okay. She's not as refined about her neck and her front end and the way she ties as this white heifer in second. That's the thing I like about this white heifer. I like her neatness through that front third of her body. I like her smoothness in her top line and her hip there. But when you get in behind her, she just narrows up too much. We'd like to open her up and give her a shot more substance. So I'm going to swap that pair out here today. Young lady brings this dark red heifer out here in a fall, and one I think as you watch this one go around, you can appreciate the length of stride, the flexibility she has. Looks like she's making a nice little udder there, good in terms of teat placement and size there, and I think going to be very functional when she does come to full lactation here before too long. Just a nice female. You might like to just tie her up a little smoother in her top line. To me, she breaks behind her shoulder, gets a little off in terms of her hip. We just pretty her up a notch there. Maybe give her a shot more mass still yet, but one there that's certainly useful in her kind. I wish her the best of luck as that one goes on in calves here before too long.
And results of Class 45, second purple to Caden Holland from Pierce County, and first purple to Aubrey Jensen from Pierce County. And in Class 46, first purple goes to Lizzie David of Dawson County. We will now bring our first purples from classes 41 through 46 back to the ring to select our champion shorthorn heifer and reserve champion shorthorn heifer. From Class 1, first purple goes to Kinsley White from Douglas Sarpy County. First purple from Class 2, Caitlin Bruce from Howard County. First purple from Class 43, Lily Chevalier from Lancaster County. From Class 44, first purple, J.C. Stutzman from Seward County. Class 45, Aubrey Jensen from Pierce County. And from Class 46, Lizzie David from Dawson County.
Well, as we get out of here for our champion shorthorn heifer again, started off with a bang in this breed. That little heifer calf down there on the end is one that's certainly intriguing. And if I owned her, a young lady, I hope you guys are excited about that one and her potential, because I think there's a lot of good in there. As we come on down the lineup, I think there's some awfully nice heifers. For me, there was a pair of heifers that's awfully competitive in class. I think both high-quality individuals. I think there's some give and take into two cattle. I just use the sounder one of the bunch. She's also the one I like the best as we get out here in our breed drive. Young lady just circling out. It's going to be our breed champion. Let's give her a round of applause. We bring in that dark roan heifer that stood second to her in class. And as I said, I think both those heifers are really good, and there's some give and take. This heifer that, in that particular class, her look, her width, I like all that. I just preferred that hind leg structure and movement there a little more in our champion, but I still think this is high quality heifer. She's going to be reserved. Let's give him a hand.
And congratulations, your reserve champion, shorthorn heifer, goes to Kyson Gaina of Lancaster County. And congratulations to your champion shorthorn heifer, exhibited by J.C. Stutzman of Seward County. Both animals come out of Class 44. Getting everyone organized behind the scenes to start our Shorthorn Plus breeding beef classes. Again, we are on Class 47 of 69 classes. We will be selecting our grand champion, reserve champion, and third place overall heifer following Class 69 this evening. So don't go anywhere. We still have lots of breeding beef to cover this afternoon. And in Class 47, Shorthorn Plus breeding beef, a single entry exhibit by Kyla Troyer from Seward County.
We get out here for this class. A young lady brings a nice plus heifer out here. one I think could hold her own against competition and still get up here to the top end, even if she had more competitors. One that comes at you pretty proportional in her kind, has some length of side, some levelness of top line to her. I think you study her. She doesn't overwhelm you in terms of body, but certainly adequate. Very symmetrical in her kind. I appreciate that. As she gets down the stride at times, maybe drops her pins a little bit. Could handle that hind leg just a little truer as she goes. But again, young lady does a nice job getting the stick on her, getting her pulled together. Let's give her a hand.
In Class 47, Kyla Troyer from Seward County receives first purple. Currently in the ring, Class 48, Shorthorn Plus Yearling Heifers, calved March, April 2022. 3 entries in the class. We will follow this with a 2-entry class in Class 49 and then select your champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus heifer.
As we get out here in this class, 3 heifers here that all have some pieces about them you like and things you would change. For me, the black heifer is one that, has the most good. I think she's one you can study her and find that there's just a little more body to her, a little more rib shape, one that's still pretty clean about her neck, and still yet could be smoother shouldered and better in her tail head. I think when it's all said and done, I can appreciate the kind of capacity she blends with enough style. From there, 2 and 3 gets a little tighter. The young lady's roan heifer here in second. I like her heaviness of bone. I like her smoothness in her top line and has some width. She just don't have that middle yet. You'd like to see a little more depth in her heart and her center rib, and I'd sure like to change her up there. If we can get that put in her, then she might rival our class winner and get around her because she does plant a more attractive hip and hind leg. Young man's roan heifer in third. He does a nice job on the halter getting her presented. I think this is a sound structured heifer here, one that comes pretty smooth in her top line. For me, just gets a little too frail in her makeup and flat made. I'd like to see more substance in her if I'm going to muff her up any higher in this class. Let's give him a hand, please.
And results of Class 48. Receiving blue ribbons today, Addison Rist from Douglas-Sarpy County and Troy Lindquist from Douglas-Sarpy County. Purple ribbon goes to Aubrey Jensen from Pierce County. In our final class of Shorthorn Plus Yearling Heifers today, these heifers were calved January, February 2022. 2 entries in Class 49. Following this class, we will have our selection of our champion and reserve Shorthorn Plus heifer.
So we get out in this class, 2 high-quality heifers, and on the stand I might swap them, but as soon as we set them in motion, there's no doubt for me this young lady's black heifer is considerably sounder off either end. You watch her go, she moves better out of her front end, much more flexible on those back two, and stays more natural in her top line. But even past that, we going up from there. This is a quality heifer that still has some good to her, some cleanness about her neck. I think she's good in terms of her body shape, has some symmetry and length and smoothness to her, a big boned heifer there. But again, that structural flexibility gives her a huge advantage in my mind. Young man's blue heifer on the stand. This one's got a nice look. She's thick and powerful. Unfortunately, you guys can see it as well as I can. When she gets out in strides, really wants to pull that loin up because she's straight up through her front end, kind of rolls out of her hip and hind leg. If we could loosen her up and get her to go, I think that one could certainly get along because she has some great pieces to her. She does have that look and muscle. It's so hard to put together. I'd just like to change up her foundation. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
In Class 49, second purple goes to Brantley Wint of Colfax County, and first purple to Elia Beach of Odo County. We'll now bring our first purples back into the ring. Starting with Class 47, first purple, Kyla Troyer. Class 48, first purple, Aubrey Jensen of Pierce County. And Class 49, first purple, Elia Beach of Odo County.
I think as we get out here for a Shorthorn Plus champion, a nice lineup of heifers, and I think there's some give and take in the lineup, but a lot of good in these three. I'm going to make these three circle around one more time and make up my mind. But again, I think an awfully competitive group. But let me do that real quick, and I'll show you your champions. Well, I think I saw what I needed to figure out there. And again, a good group. Young lady's youngest heifer out here, as I stated in that class, you like her length of side, her levelness and symmetry in her lines. This heifer, for me, moves okay at times, wants to maybe just get a little tighter in that hock, but one that has some good, and I think is going to continue to get better. Young lady out of the middle class got there because she had just a little more to that heifer to give her the advantage. But out here in this particular group, she's one you'd like to tidy her up in terms of her neck and front end, maybe through that tail head if we're going to make her more competitive. Then the older heifer that came out in competitive class. She loved the flexibility and soundness, the length. She doesn't overwhelm you for power, but I think there's enough there, and I do like that added soundness. I want to stick with her for a breed champion. Let's give this young lady a hand.
Congratulations to Elia Beach from Otoe County, exhibiting your champion Shorthorn Plus heifer coming out of Class 49. We will now bring back Brantley Wint, second purple from Class 49, to be considered for the selection of your reserve champion Shorthorn Plus heifer. And your reserve champion Shorthorn Plus heifer is exhibited by Brantley Wint. This is the second purple from Class 49. Brantley is from Colfax County. Congratulations. Moving into our Simmental breeding beef classes. Class 50 has 3 entries of Simmental heifer calves, calved January through April 2023. We do have 7 classes of Simmentals today before we select our champion and reserve champion Simmental heifer. We are on class 50 of 67 classes today. 50 of 69 classes today.
Well, we start off the Simmental show in a great way. I think 3 really nice heifer calves. But for me, the young man's heifer that leads off gets here pretty quick. I think she's one that you can see a lot of good in and read future to her. Still one that's very attractive in terms of her look. You love the front third of her and comes back just a little further along and more rib shape to her in dimension. I think she handles her loin and hind leg and hip just a little better this heifer in second. This heifer in second, a little greener in her kind, but you love the extension, the neatness through that front third. I think she's a big-boned heifer as well. You know, fighting the halter just a little bit and not wanting to relax right there in her loin. I'd like to change her up a nickel in her tail head, but I read a lot of good in that one as well. Young lady's heifer in third, you got to love the performance in her. I think this is a big-boned, big-sided kind of a female here that has some dimension. Just a little deeper tying in her neck and chest. Not quite as attractive those top two cattle there, but one that has a lot of good in her in terms of usefulness and overall performance.
In Class 50, purple ribbon to Ella Miller from Cass County. Second purple to Gracie Clausen from Burt County. And your first purple goes to Brogan Benish from the Boone County 4-H program. Moving into Class 51, we do have a single entry in Classes 51 and 52.
Get out here with a single entry in our December class. This winter heifer calf, I think, has a lot of usefulness to her. Really sound on her feet and legs. You like the depth of side and that shape to her belly there. One that has some extension through her front end. You might have her hook in just a little smoother there on the top side of her shoulder. Push her down just a scotch in that tail head. But again, I think one as that one matures and we see those parts and that structure hanging together offers you a lot of value. Young lady comes out here with the single entry in this October class, and I feel like I've seen her 5 times in the ring today, but I appreciate her smile. It reminds me why I'm here and doing what I'm doing, so I love your attitude, sweetheart. As we get to her heifer there, you love the countiness of this one, just huge in her rib cage, a big bone sound moving one here. To me, just really practical in her kind. Step in behind her, and she has some genuine width to her and pop, and I appreciate that. We turn her to the side. You know, you would maybe just refine her and neaten her up through that brisket in her front end just a notch. From her shoulder back, a world of good in her. Certainly a lot of value for this young lady. Let's give her a big round of applause.
And a recap of our results from Class 51. J.C. Schomburg from Pierce County receives a purple ribbon. Class 52, Emerson Peterson from Washington County also receives a purple ribbon. Currently in the ring, class number 53, Simmental Yearling Heifers, calved May, June 2022. 2 entries, Brant Lauriston from Washington County and Isabella Ruda from Dodge County.
we get out here in this class of maize, and a young lady brings a really nice one to lead off with. I think a heifer here ought to get your attention. Not only does she have some style and quality, but just a huge amount of capacity and rib cage in her. I think she's one that comes really good in her top line there, has some width as you get in behind her. You know, structurally at times maybe just walks just a little awkward on those hind two, but you watch her flex and reach. She's plenty good there. I think one that's awfully nice. The young man's heifer we have in second there, I like the fact she's an up-headed heifer there that has some natural thickness and body shape to her. A little more forward and straight up through her shoulder, not quite as free in terms of her structure, but a heifer there I think has some quality for him. So again, nice pair of cattle there. Let's give him a hand.
In Class 53, Simmental Yearling Heifers, Calf May, June 2022. Second purple goes to Isabella Ruda from Dodge County, and first purple to Brant Lariston from Washington County.
This was certainly an interesting class to put together, and I'd tell you, once we get past the class winner, then I think you could go a lot of different ways. But I think without a doubt, you got to start here. I think this is the one that does the best job combining functionality with enough style. And she's not as cool as the heifer in second, but I think she's certainly acceptable. I love the body mass and type. I love her bone work and the way she sound and gets out and goes. As we get her on the profile, you know, at times she wants to maybe break in her loin a little bit, and she's not quite as refined through that front third of her body, but I still think it fits her body type. I can live with that. And again, a heifer, once we look at her, there's so much more of her. This young lady's bald-faced heifer in second, she's cool. I mean, I love the cool factor in her. I think she does that extremely well. I think she's one that has some width as you get in behind her. She needs to have more depth of rib and flank if I'm going to try to get her up over that one that wins the class. And I don't think she handles those hind two quite as loosely and freely when she gets out on the stride. Young lady's heifer coming out in third. I think this is a good practical female. I wish she was a little fresher in her presentation out here today. She might even rival the top end because she does get out, has some length of stride, some bone, some body mass and dimension. But you can read she's a little wastier and plainer through that front end. Just not, to me, looks a little more stale in her appearance out here, and we'd freshen her up. Young lady's heifer coming out next on the stand. This one has a ton of good. She is one that's up-headed. She is one that is naturally thick. She's a big-backed, bold-made one. Love those parts about her, but with that, she's a little more opened up through her shoulder. More importantly, she's a little straight in the angle to her shoulder. You'd like to free her up in the way she goes off both ends. Young lady's bald-faced heifer coming out now. I appreciate the soundness and flexibility in this one, the length of side. However, she's just too narrow base for me and gets pretty flat-ribbed as you get in behind her. But she's attractive, and she does a great job on the halter with her. Young lady's red heifer come around the corner now. Here's another one that has some bone to her, some length of side, performance, and has some body shape. Just a little coarse and rougher in her overall build. You'd like to smooth her up all the way through. Young lady come around the corner next. Another one you can appreciate for having some soundness and flexibility. To me, gets a little pinched in her heart, a little narrow base. You'd like to open her up and give her a shot more power. Then we have the black heifer that wraps up the class. Another one I appreciate for being sound structured. Just maybe just a little plainer and flatter in her design out here. We'd like to give her more umph than pop if we're going to get her up any higher in a very competitive class. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
And results of Class 54 Simmental Yearling Heifers, Cab March, April 2022. Blue ribbons today to Ashlyn Wendell from Gosford County, Colton McNeil from Webster County, Matea Roberts, Lincoln County, and Gracie Clausen from Burt County. Purple ribbon to Isabella Detweiler from Hall County, Tinley Luby from Seward County. Your second purple goes to Journey Reeson from Wayne County, and your first purple goes to Luke Katz from Gage County. We now have one of our largest Simmental classes in the ring today, Class 55. 10 exhibitors in Class 55, and we will follow this with our final Simmental class, Class 56, with a single entry.
we get out here in this class, and to me it gets really, really close in these top two cattle because on the stand I might go one way, but we set them in motion, and I think there's no denying. And comes to the Simmental and the Simmental show, I do work for the mains, but my family shows semis. My daughter's grown up showing semis, so I take this pretty serious too. We get out here, and for me, the red heifer just so much sounder as you ask her to lead. She gets out and flexes and goes, and we study this one. We come on up from there. She's good in her foot shape. I think she's true in her heart. She's good in terms of her body depth. I think there's enough width there. As we turn her to the side in terms of balance, I'd change her through that front third and put the black heifer's neck on her and give her some more extension. Do I think she's coarse and pug-fronted? Not at all. That's just where I'd tweak on her. But I do like her extra flexibility and her extra go when we ask her to lead. The young man's black heifer we have in second on the stand. You love the width in her. I think she's one that has some natural spring of rib. And she's better in her neck set, but it's not like she's the smoothest in her shoulder blade either. The big thing for me on her, when we ask her to lead, you can see her. She almost breaks in half and humps up in her loin, gets a little short stepping on both ends. If I could just get her to stride a little bit, I sure might swap that pair. The young lady snip-nosed heifer in third, probably as sound as any in this top four. I appreciate that flexibility and her length. However, with that, they're just giving up quite a bit in terms of rib shape and width as you get in behind her, but very attractive. You like the soundness when she gets on the move. Young lady's black heifer coming out next. Another one you can appreciate for having some spring of rib and dimension to her. She has some length through that front end. You'd change her up in the way just her hooks depends and her tail head lays in her. I'd like to just smooth her up on the backside of her hock and through her tail head because I think that is a quality female, just maybe not quite as attractive in that rear third of her body. Young man snip-nosed heifer coming out next. Another one you can appreciate for being a big-bodied one here that has some depth to side, some levelness to her lines. I'd like to freshen her up a little bit in terms of her condition. You see it through her brisket and around her pones there. If we could clean her up just a notch, she sure might climb a little higher in the class. Young man's Baldy coming around the corner now. Another really attractive pattern one here. I appreciate the flexibility and soundness in her. I'd just like to open her up and give her a shot more width and shape all the way through if I'm going to bump her up in this highly competitive class. Young man's heifer kind of giving him fits here. You can appreciate the structural flexibility in that one. She does want to kind of hump up in her loin and break there out of her, roll out of her hip. We'd sure change her up there and obviously change her attitude just a little bit. We get into a couple of heifers coming out next. I can appreciate for being moderate frame, big-bodied heifers, just maybe read a notch plainer in terms of their profile. Not quite as stout as we read them down low in their bone work. Then the heifer that wraps up the class, kind of a bigger framed heifer that has some dimension. She's one for me that just gets a little too wasty in that brisket. PCM behind her shoulder. You'd like to tone her down and just moderate her in her size as well. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
And results of Class 55 Simmental Yearling Heifers, calved January, February 2022. Blue ribbon group today, Jack Mallander from Nance County, Jackson McNeil, Webster County, Blakely Smith from Butler County, Austin Avery from Knox County, Brooke Hansen from Dixon County, and Landon Schroll from Cass County. Receiving purple ribbons today, Kennedy Parks from Douglas Sarpy County and J.C. Schomburg from Pierce County. Your second purple goes to Jackson Snell from Webster County, and first purple to Corey Kirsten from Douglas Sarpy County. Currently in the ring, a single exhibit by Ryan Stutzman from Seward County. This is Class 56, our final class of Simmental Yearling Heifers.
Before we get out of here in this last class, young man brings a red heifer out here that, to me, has a lot of good to her. She's got a nice look from the side. She's good in terms of her rib cage and dimension. You might like to see her just showing just a tick more udder, smooth her up in that tail head. But outside of that, you can tell she's bred, again, a nice quality look and one that has some overall width as you get in behind her. Let's give him a hand.
In Class 56, Ryan Stutzman receives a purple ribbon. Raylan is from Seward County. We will now bring our first purples back in to
Okay. Sorry I had to be gone for a little bit. Again, this is Tim Burke. If you joined us later, helping with Showbarn Flicks here. We are just on the champion Simmental heifer, um, representing Class 1. We have Brogan Benish, Class 2. We have J.C. Stromberg, Class 3, Emerson Peterson. Class 4, Isabella Ruda. In Class 54, which would be the March and April heifers, we have Luke Katz from Gage County. And the class they just finished up would be Corey Kirsten from Douglas Sarpy. And then the last single under class would be Raylyn Stutzman from Seward. The two really big classes they had, they'll be bringing the seconds back from the January, February, and the March, April. So the senior yearling heifers that they just completed after Corey Kirsten won. Second in that class was Jackson Snell. And third in that class was J.C. Stromberg. And so Jackson Snell will be online, and then in Class 54, the March, April's right prior to that. First again was Luke Klatz. Second and pulling in was Journey Reeson, and third in that class was Isabella Detweiler. Again tonight we will also be, I believe, at the conclusion of the breeding heifer show after they pick champion, I believe the fitting contest will be directly following the conclusion of the champion heifers, and it'll also be broadcast live on Showbarn Flicks. I've got 14 teams lined up to do it. I guess it was counties, and it's kind of a neat thing that the 4-H extension will let us let some of these kids show their skills and let them do some things out there with them and give them a chance. It's going to be a little later tonight, but I know if you got kids out there, you will be able to watch it again on Showbarn Flicks. Again, our judge for the day is Mr. Blake Nelson from Platte City, Missouri. He's the CEO of the American Meat and Jew Association. Blake has grown up in the cattle business and the show cattle business and raised quality livestock all his life. Coached the judging team at Connors College for about 7 or 8 years, I believe, and he's judged. Basically, these we say it is most all the national shows, all of the Texas majors. He's judged mostly breeding heifers and market steers at most every show across the country: Kansas City, Louisville, Denver, and like all three of the Texas majors. We are very, very fortunate to have him here sorting our cattle today.
Well, as we get out for champion Simmental heifer, to me, not cut and dried because I think there's lots of good cattle and, starting with our heifer calf going through the lineup, a lot of good ones out here, and I think there's some give and take in them. I'm going to go ahead and just tell you, I think there is some that come out here and maybe just put together a lot more pluses. There's pieces about each one of these I like awfully well. I think as we go through the lineup, we've got the young man's bald-faced heifer down there, that heifer calf. I mean, high quality, very attractive, one with some width. Time will tell just how good that one could be, but it looks like the parts are there to possibly be extremely good when she grows on up. Young lady's heifer out of the second class. You like the soundness in her and the belly shape. You'd like to see her hook in just a little smoother in her transition from her neck shoulder into her tail, head, and top line as well. Young lady out of the third class, love the rib cage, the bone work, and the dimension of that one. I would like to tidy her up through that front third of her body. Young lady next in the lineup, that's a heifer that certainly gets your attention. She combines a lot of good I like her in terms of her rib cage. I like her in terms of her width and her levelness at top line. Pretty clean in her neck. Well, she is one I'd like to just lay her back just a little bit in terms of that shoulder blade. I think that's a quality individual there. Still moves sound enough on those feet and legs, and certainly a player. Young man's bald-faced heifer next in the lineup. You know, huge rib. She's one that's very flexible and free in the way she goes. You love those parts about her. She is one maybe could be tidied up a little bit in that front third of her body. We're going to make her ideal and just clean her up a notch, strengthen her right there in terms of her loin. But that's being picky on one that's got a ton of mass and certainly a player out here in this particular group. Young lady's red heifer circling out next. You know, the next two red heifers, what you see is what you get. There's not much hair there. This red heifer in that class, a very competitive group, got there because she's a structurally sound heifer that's long-sided. From her shoulder back, I like that one awfully well. I love her heart. I love her rib cage and the way she carries it in her. You'd just like to extend her out a notch through that front third of her body, but I think that's sure a nice female. The young man's big red heifer of that last class, I think, again, one that has some cool pieces to her. She has some extension. She's good in her neck set. She naturally has some width. I would like to smooth her up in her tail head and drop that in her, and I would like to see her maybe just a little further along with calf relative to her age, but I think an awfully nice heifer. So, again, an awfully good group of Simmental females. I'm going to make one more pass and select your champions. Before I do, please give them a big round of applause on a highly competitive group.
And congratulations to Luke Katz from Gage County with his first purple from Class 54. He is your champion Simmental heifer for the 2023 Nebraska State Fair. And your reserve champion shorthorn heifer goes to Isabella Ruda of Dodge County. Congratulations.
Okay, again, if you're following along, the champion purebred Simmental heifer went to Luke Katz from Gage County, and the reserve was Isabella Ruda from Dodge County. And the foundation Simmentals will be coming in right now. I'll try to get a little information here, what's coming, and maybe I can get a little sire and dam information on your last two in case somebody's interested. Anybody that knows any of these during the day, please feel free to shoot me a text or let somebody know and holler at me. And when we got Grand Drive, I'll try to let everybody know as much sires, dams, and information as I can. All right, thank you.
Just a few minutes before we bring our foundations in. We still have plenty of quality cattle to review today at the Nebraska State Fair 4-H Beef Show. And now entering the ring, Class 57, our first class of Foundation Simmental breeding beef. These are heifers, calved January through April 2023. 5 entries in Class 57. Again, we do have 5 classes today of our Foundation Simmentals before we choose our champion and reserve champion Foundation Simmental heifers.
We start here in the Percentage Simmental show. Young lady's little black heifer comes out here, and you know, she may not be as choke-necked as some of the ones behind her, but she has some extension, and from her shoulders back, there's no comparison. This female, to me, just good in terms of being genuine in her body. Certainly some width there, smooth in her top line, sound structured. Just puts together a lot of pluses. Like I said, she could be a little cleaner about her dewlap. Hopefully she'll grow into a little bit of that. I think a solid female. Young man, star-faced heifer we have here in second. You know, she's got that cool factor about her. She's clean neck. She's one that's real fuzzy and has some bone to her and a nice look. You hope she matures, and you hope she fills out and structure stays together, because she does have some intrigue there. Really, really neat up through that front end. Young lady's red baldy heifer we have there in third. A lot like her in terms of just being a clean neck one's got a nice look. This one has some spring of rib and some muscle to her. Just, you know, green yet in her rib cage, and they should be at this age. I mean, I wonder if there's nurse cows out in tie-outs, because these girls are pretty young. Because this one, to me, you know, just the fact that she pinches a little bit in her heart and flank yet, hadn't relaxed in that top line. She gets the stick on her like that. You can really appreciate that one with a lot of upside. From there, the young man's red heifer. I like the length, the big bone, sound moving kind of a female here. One for me, just like to see a shot more width in her all the way through. We're going to make her more competitive with that top trio. Then the little ball face heifer that wraps up the class. kind of a clean-necked one here that has some extension to her. Gets a little wound up on those back, too, a little frail in her bone work. But, again, a really fun class of late spring heifer calves here in this particular group.
Results of Class 57 Foundation Simmental heifers receiving blue ribbons today. Trevin Rasmussen from Howard County and Clara Rasmussen, also from Howard County. Purple ribbons to Gracie Clausen from Burke County. Second purple to Baker Bemmer from Wayne County. And first purple to Brody Rains from Saline County. Three entries now in Class 58 Foundation Simmental heifer calves, calved September-October 2022.
A really good heifer class, and this one to me is intriguing because time will tell how it all shakes out. But young man's heifer that leads off here, I think that one's awfully nice, and we probably got her certainly at 12 o'clock in terms of condition, if not pushing her a little more than we should. I think it's time to hit the brakes on her because I think that is a good heifer, and we don't want to get her overdone. But structurally sound, one that's sure level in terms of her top line, has some extension through that front end, has the body mass and width. But you can see it down in her chest. She's starting to deposit a little bit of there, maybe push a little in that shoulder, and we don't want that to get any worse. Young lady stripe-faced heifer we have here in second. I think a lot like her and rivals her from her shoulder back. I like the body shape in her. I like the dimension. She's maybe not quite as neat from hooks to pins as our class winner. Still moves pretty sound, but another one you might like to just neaten her up a little bit in that chest and stretch her out over the top of her neck. Young lady's heifer in third. I think that young lady knows how to take care of one just in time. She is so green right now and empty, but you see her. You see the look in her. You see the structural quality. She's just given up a lot of pounds of mass today, but I think that one could really come together in time and give them a run for their money.
And in Class 58, purple ribbon to Kiera Bremer from Nance County. Your second purple goes to Emerson Peterson from Washington County. And first purple to Ty Peterson, also from Washington County. Currently in the ring, Class 59, Foundation Simmental heifers, calved May-June 2022.
So we get out here in this class. Young lady does a really nice job. When she gets this one stocked, she gets her pulled together on the profile, and you can really appreciate the look she gives you. Just one that comes at you long and smooth in her top line. To me, good and true in her rib cage. I like her there. A female that has some width. We look at her again on the profile. I think she looks good. When we get out, when she gets on the go, maybe gets a little deeper in that chest. Not quite as neat in the way her neck hooks up. I think a solid heifer there. Sound enough on her feet and legs at times. Maybe could flex that hock just a nickel easier. Young lady's heifer in second. I think this is a sound structure one that gets out and moves, has some bone and muscle to her. Just a little rougher, a little thicker and coarser about her neck and shoulder. Not quite as smooth in transition there. One you'd like to maybe just soften her up and smooth her up a little bit in her kind.
Results of Class 59, second purple to Alexis Saylor from Hall County, and first purple to Gracie Clausen from Burke County. And we have 14 exhibitors entering the ring as we go into Class 60, Foundation Simmental Heifers, calved March, April 2022. Again, this is Class 60 out of 69 breeding beef classes today. Following Class 61, we will return our first purples to the ring to select our champion and reserve champion Foundation Simmental heifers. After that selection, we will move into all other breeds, commercial breeding beef, and then bring back all of our champions for your overall grand champion heifer, reserve champion heifer, and third overall.
Well, it took a little bit longer, but honestly, this one was the first one to hit the ring, and I thought, man, if there's something that's going to turn her, it's going to be pretty darn good because this one hit me pretty good, and I never questioned where she was going to end up, but placing the ones behind her took a little more try. I think this one comes out, and she's one of those that has that maternal appeal to her and still combines it with, to me, plenty of mass. She's feminine about her head, good on the top side of her neck, big in her rib cage. Plenty of width, structurally flexes and reaches, a nickel a chest, but honestly, I love brisket, so I'm not all hating on that. But it's not like it affects her. She's not overdone. I think that one's awfully nice. She gives up some bone to some in here, but, you know, she's a female. I think there's plenty there. Next two, to me, is close. There's give and take in these two cattle. I think the young lady's black-nosed heifer I start with, she's a little sounder on her back, too, and that gave her the edge. I think she's a little fresher and fuller in her rib cage as well today. I love that master center body and her dimension. I'd be the first to tell you I'd like to raise her up in her chest, extend her out through that front third. If I do that, it starts getting really interesting. Young lady's heifer here in third. I love this one on the stand. I think she's got an awesome look. She's big bone, plants an attractive hip and hind leg. You know, maybe not her freshest day ever, just in terms of her presence there. But I think that's a good heifer, and I would like to free her up just a little bit in that hock. Young lady's heifer in fourth, a very flexible, easy-moving heifer here, one that plants you a pretty good look from the side. You know, she, too, could be just a little longer neck to match her body. The biggest thing for me is I just like to open her up a notch all the way through if I'm going to bump her up in that top trio. Young lady's red heifer coming out next, you really like from her hook bone forward. I think she's one that's attractive frontage. She has a good spring through her rib cage. I'd like to level her up from hooks to pins, see her stride out just a little truer on those back, too. Young lady's black heifer coming out next. I think a real sound moving one here, one that's good and fresh in her condition. Just to me gives up too much in terms of just arch out of her spine and width as you get in behind her. I would like to smooth her up in her tail head. Then we have the big heifer coming around the corner now. Another one that presents you a pretty good look from the side. I think she's smooth and attractive there, sound enough on her feet and legs. You just like to give her a shot more width all the way through if we're going to bump her up any higher in the class. The young man's heifer coming out next. The next two or three here, I think a little more moderate kind. They're big in their rib cage. I think this heifer gets to that top of that group just because she's the soundest one of those three. I'd sure smooth her up in her neck and shoulder and just neaten her up in her tailhead. The heifer coming out next, another one I can appreciate for being long-strided and deep-sided. Gets a little deep in the waist teeth through that front end, not quite as much width as you step in behind her. The heifer coming around the corner next, she is wide. She does have some dimension, but with that probably gets a little more wound up and not as free-wheeling in terms of her structure. She could stride out a little more neatly there. Then we run to some cattle I think all have some good to them. Just to me, maybe not that mass or that overall pizzazz to reach any higher in a highly competitive group. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, if you would.
And results of Class 60 Foundation Simmental heifers. In our blue ribbon group today, Luke Jensen from Hall County, Rachel Martinson from Platte County, Adrian Stoltenberg from Hall County, Carson Anderson from Madison County, Dirks Kaspers from Johnson County, Blake Mueller from Lancaster County, Tyron Ray from Merritt County, and Stella Ahrens from Cass County. In the purple ribbon group, J.C. Schaumburg from Pierce County, Viviana Sells from Saunders County, second purple to Journey Reeson from Wayne County, and your first purple goes to Tinley Luby from Seward County. If you did not hear the results for the exhibitor you were looking for, that means we do not have their card. We do have some exhibitors that we did not get their card. Claire Ram receives a blue ribbon from Holt County, and Chloe Rains from Saline County also receives a blue ribbon. And currently in the ring, the final class of Foundation Simmental heifers this evening. 6 exhibitors in Class 61. Following this class, our first purples from classes 57 through 61 will return to the ring for our selection of our champion and reserve champion, Foundation Simmental heifer. And we do have the goat fitting competition is actually finishing up on the north side of the arena, and the beef fitting competition is about to get started. They are having a meeting for the beef fitting competition right here on the north side of the arena starting at 8:10. So you have about 10 minutes if you're part of that contest to get to the beef fitting competition meeting. That starts at 8:10 right here on the north side of the arena.
There, this heifer is one you'd like to just neaten her up a little bit through that brisket, smooth her out just a scotch in that tail head. Young lady's heifer in second. I love the extension. A nice attractive fronted heifer here, one that's smoothing her top line. Has some dimension over her top, you know, on her hind legs at times. Wants to kind of roll those hocks in, get a little awkward in the way she handles that hind wheel. But I think that is a good heifer there. She's done a nice job presenting her out here. The red baldy heifer coming out next. You know, she don't have much hair at all. So what you see is what you get. But that's a big-bodied, thick-made one there. One you'd like to give her a shot of bone to match up with the rest of her body type. But I think she still combines that with a nice balanced look from the side. Young man's heifer coming out next. A big-bodied one here. Sound enough on her feet and legs. Just off in terms of her balance. You see that big brisket hanging down in her, a little short in her neck. You'd like to stretch her out and clean her up through that front end. The heifer around the corner now, I think a sound enough structured one for me. Just really reads a little flat and wants to narrow from hooks to pins and to the ground. Then we have the young lady star-faced heifer that wraps up the class. A big-footed rascal, really long-sided, just not quite the power and mass to compete with that top group. Let's give those kids a hand, please.
And wrapping up Class 61 today, ribbon placings. Receiving blue ribbons, Hudson Nebraska from Washington County, Brecken Niemeyer, Gage County, and Violet Nuss from Douglas Sarpy County. A purple ribbon to Grant Miller from Cass County. Second purple to Hadley Dorr from Knox County. And first purple goes to Keaton Van Winkle from Merritt County.
Okay, here's we got the Foundation Simmental Champion Drive right now. Coming out of the first class, we have Brody Rains. Coming out of the second class, Ty Peterson. Brody Rains from Saline County, Ty Peterson from Washington County. Coming out of class 3 would be Gracie Clausen from Burke County. Coming out of class 4, really tough class. Tinley Luby class he really talked really high on, and rightfully so. They went 4 or 5 deep with just excellent females in that class. Tinley Luby was first in that class, and then the last class, class 5 in the foundation females will be Keaton Van Winkle from Merritt County. Following them in second in contention to follow up on some of these classes. Well, we've got a minute. The second in class 2 would have been Baker Bremer. Second in class.
Line up the cattle. I mean, starting with this calf, and I've said that several times today, and I'll hand it to you guys. Y'all brought some awfully good spring calves at me today that have worlds of potential, and I'm not afraid of a calf if that's what I got, but also I give credit to these older cattle that have made it through the test of time and got and stayed good, and just give them a little more of an edge. And I think that's the way it should be, and you don't have to agree with me, but that's the way I believe it. But even starting with this heifer calf down here on the end, that's a sound-made heifer calf with a nice look from the side, an ample amount of body and width. You know, not as just rocket-necked as some in terms of her dewlap there, but I think that's one that could sure come together awfully nice. Young man's second heifer in the lineup there. That was a good pair in that class, I remember. I really like this heifer in terms of her smoothness and her top line. I like her width from behind. Plants a really cool hip and hind leg. You know, she's pushing the threshold of condition for me. You might like just to just tone her back a notch, but I think she's still handling okay today. The young lady's heifer third out of that third class. When you get this look at her, you really like the attractive look she presents you. Really smooth in her top line. Another one that comes at you with enough body shape to her. Doesn't overwhelm you with width and bone, but still pretty solid there. This one on the stand, I think that front end kind of pulls into her. When she gets out and goes, her chest kind of drops out, and that's where I would tweak on that one. Young lady's next percentage heifer in the lineup. This one came out one of the more competitive classes of the day, and to me rose to the top pretty quick. Again, when you think about a maternal silhouette that's feminine, it drops back into a bib rib cage. It's sound structured to go along with that. This one does that awfully well, and I think certainly has enough width as you step in behind her. Then the big heifer that came out of the last class, as I just stated, I like that one from her shoulder back. I think she's good in terms of her body shape. I like the bone and the thickness she has. For me, I'd like to just trim her up a little bit in that chest floor, smooth her out a scotch in that tail head, but I think that's sure a good one in my mind. So again, highly competitive group. Let's give them a big round of applause, and I'll go show you your champions.
Your champion Simmental, exhibited by Tinley Luby from Seward County. Heifer is a silver style out of a broker daughter. And then pulling in for reserve then would be the second place in that class, shown by Journey Reeson from Wayne County. And Journey Reeson from Wayne County is going to leave that pair together, and she'll be your reserve. Excellent set of foundation females.
the selection of your champion Foundation Simmental heifer, we'd like to congratulate Tinley Luby from Seward County. She is your first purple from Class 60, and she is also your champion Foundation Simmental for 2023. The reserve champion is the second purple from Class 60, belonging to Journey Reason from Wayne County. Congratulations. We are now moving into our AOB classes. AOB standing for all other breeds. In our first class, we do have a single entry, Justine Pope from Buffalo County.
Young lady brings a nice October Gelbvieh heifer out here, and you see this fall and read a lot of good things about her. I think she's got a bright future thinking about a purebred Gelbvieh. I like her attractive look from the side. She's clean in terms of her joints and moves pretty good. Just one of those I think is going to get better and better, but certainly a high-quality female here in this single entry class. Well, as we get out here in this class, certainly interesting here in the AOBs because you kind of get a little difference in shapes and sizes. But young man's heifer leads off. She gets out here and does that pretty quick for me. I think that's the one that combines structural quality and a nice look with enough mass and enough shape. She definitely has a sheer advantage when we get her out on the move over the heifer that follows her. Love the flexibility she has. It still gives you a nice, fresh look in what she has out here going for her. The young man's yellow heifer, just so much of her. You know, the body mass, the shape, the dimension, and bone work. I'd be the first to tell you I'd like to change her up just a little bit on those hind to and out of her hip, but I think that one does have a lot of good to her. Still up-headed, has a nice, attractive headset and look to her for the mass she's carrying from there back. Young lady's heifer in third. I think this is a good heifer, maybe not at 12 o'clock today, but you study this one. She's long-sided. I think she's sound enough on her feet and legs. We just don't see quite that softness right there through her center body yet, but I think that one has a lot of good in her. Good job getting her shown out here tonight. Young man's red heifer coming around the corner next. This is no slouch. Those are 4 good heifers. I like her in terms of her rib cage. I like her boldness and thickness. This one, to me, wants to get a little rougher through her shoulder, a little tighter in the way she handles those front two. I'd like to free her up in the way she goes on both ends.
We'll have results from Class 62 momentarily. Currently entering the ring, Class 64, a single exhibit by Carson Brooks from Otoe County. Following Class 64, our first purples will return for our champion, AOB heifer and reserve. And results from Class 62. Receiving a purple ribbon today, Ben Spencer from Buffalo County. Purple ribbon to Carly Coulterman from Seward County. Second purple goes to Baker Bemmer from Wayne County. And first purple goes to Ben Spencer from Buffalo County.
So we get out here in a single entry with this February-born Gelby heifer. Again, find a nice practical heifer in my mind, one that's sound enough on her feet and legs. I think she's very symmetrical in terms of her top line, the way her underline comes in her as well. You might like to just extend her a notch, do that neck, and smooth her up a nickel in her lower shoulder. I think a really solid kind of female for this young man.
And in Class 64, Carson Brooks from Otoe County receives a purple ribbon. We will return him to the ring along with our first purples from Classes 62 and 63 to select our champion, All Other Breeds heifer, followed by the reserve champion, All Other Breeds heifer. Returning to the ring now. From Class 63, Justine Pope from Buffalo County. From Class 62, Ben Spencer from Buffalo County. And from Class 64, Carson Brooks from Otoe County.
Well, folks, I won't tarry any longer. We get down here to our champion AOB heifer in a really competitive show. We had small classes but had good cattle in each one of them. I think we get out of here for our champion female. There is an individual in my mind just dominates this, and it really hits me good. I love the head and the ear set on this one. She comes into a neck and then drops into a big soft rib cage, plants an attractive hip and hind leg, and structurally is really solid. Young man in the middle is going to be our breed champion. Let's give him a big round of applause. we bring in the yellow heifer out of that class. And as I stated in that class, you know, this one's super stout and still combines that with a nice look. And you might tweak on her hip and hock a little bit, but you think about breeding value and one that, to me, just has an abundance of just visual quality. She's going to go ahead and be our reserve breed. Let's give him a hand.
Congratulations to Ben Spencer of Buffalo County. He is the champion all other breeds heifer exhibitor. Reserve champion goes to Baker Bimmer of Wayne County. Congratulations. Moving into our commercial breeding beef classes. Class 65A is a single entry by Gage Thompson from Dakota County. Again, this is Class 65A of 69 classes. We've had a long day full of great kids and excellent cattle, and we are nearing the end, close to the selection of our grand champion heifer.
Well, as we get out here in this class, young man's heifer, really an attractive little gal here. This roan heifer, I love her front end. The front third is super neat. Comes into her top line there, and she has some spring right there in terms of her rib cage and her dimension. Just, you know, green yet. She should be at this age and weight. I think as time goes and she drops in that flank, going to pull her silhouette together just a little bit better, but certainly one that has a lot of upside to her.
And in Class 65A, Gage Thompson from Dakota County receives a purple ribbon. Moving into Class 65 commercial heifers. 5 entries in Class 65.
Also going on here at the same time, if you're interested, the 4-H fitting contest is going on. If you could get on the Facebook or the Show Barn Flicks live on their website. There's 14 teams showing across the way in the other ring, and it's also being televised. If that interests you, go check it out.
Class, again, you kind of see all shapes and sizes. For me, the young lady's black heifer is the one that does the best job combining some stoutness with style, and she does that very nicely. Really an attractive look to her, one that comes at you with some boldness through her center body and dimension out back, and bone work to her. Not perfect in her tail, head, and hip, but certainly good enough out here with her contemporaries. The young lady's blaze-faced heifer in second, I think gets there just from a practicality standpoint. She's the really big-body, deep-sided one for me that's flexible enough on those back two. Doesn't hold together quite as well on the profile. She opens up a little more off the top of her shoulder and pinches in there in her forerib. You'd like to smooth her up there and level her out from hooks to pins. Young lady going out next. This little heifer here has some smoothness in her top line. She's big, bold, and sound. Just a little more shallow and restricted in terms of her rib cage. But, again, a heifer there I think that sure has some future. Young lady's blue roan heifer coming out next. One that has some bone and performance to her. You like the length and extension she has. You like that heaviness of skeleton. Really gets a little pinch there in terms of her body right there through her flank and loin. I'd like to change her up there and clean her up through that front third. Then we have the black heifer that wraps up the class. You like her soundness in terms of her structure. She's one that's long-sided. Just gives up quite a bit in terms of mass and dimension to that top group. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
Results from Class 65 commercial heifers. Receiving blue ribbons today, Brenna Martinson from Antelope County, Ainsley Waltman, Box Butte County, Gracie Ackles, Howard County, Maisie Ahrens from Cass County, and receiving first purple, Olivia Grotlushin from Platte County. Now entering the ring, Class 66 commercial heifers. 8 entries in Class 66.